Okay, stream should be working. I repositioned my mic slightly to maybe fix the audio quality. Let's just start recording, and I'm gonna turn the music slightly down, just in case that's an issue. Okay, and hopefully the video quality is also fixed. It should be 1080p now. I'm just gonna check that it actually is. Well, first it needs to show up. Let's see. Okay, 1080p is available, and it seems to work. Okay, I'm just like, I have this open on my laptop, and the video quality looks significantly better than last time. Am I muted? Let's see. Okay, it doesn't look like I'm muted. That's always good. And I guess I'll go ping the Discord now. Okay. And I guess I need to ping Nikes because they didn't get pinged last time for whatever reason. Okay. I believe that's everything I need to do. Did I, like, put this into the right category? I think I did. Let's see. Okay, I think everything should be working now. Okay, chat is up. Okay, where did we leave off? I wanted to go after Wallachia for a humiliation war, and then I also need to worry about my privileges, because I still have Union of the Churches, deteriorating army, and both. I have all the starting up privileges, but deteriorating army is the most annoying one. Whenever I integrate Athens, that should meet the requirements of most of the privileges. One thing to keep an eye on is that clergy loyalty might be a bit of an issue, because we need 60 to be able to revoke the Union of the Churches. Our equilibrium is 52 when we're not at war with some other religion. So I might have to, like, summon a diet, but I'd prefer not to do that unless it's necessary, because I want to keep on, what is it, revoking and granting estate statutory rights. That's the most efficient way to deal with crown land, surprisingly, when you're this small, because it doesn't make any of the estates unhappy, and it's like 50% more crown land than you can get via just seizing land normally. So that's the goal. Unfortunately, our nobility influence is somewhat high, so what might actually be worthwhile is, again, not ideal, but we could take the nobility influence -10 privilege from here, and then later on when we need client states, we can swap to the client state reform. Because the sooner we can revoke all the privileges, the sooner I can get the plus government reform progress from the clergy, and that will help negate like the 50 wasted government reform points from switching reforms. And then this privilege we can just revoke when we make more money, but we're not going to make more trade money for a while, because again, we're not really going to conquer this stuff. It's difficult for us to ever go into Anatolia, or even like stack wipe the Ottoman troops, like by doing straight cheese when we have the broken military reform. It's also just more difficult to micro with vassals. It is possible if you get them to attach, but more difficult. So before I do anything else, I want to go sell my light ships, because we're not getting a substantial amount of trade from these. We are over force limit navally. Naval force limit is going to be a big problem for the rest of the campaign, and we can't really afford light ships. We basically only want galleys to make sure we have naval dominance, and maybe some transports to be able to, like, move our troops around and invade elsewhere. But that's about it. Heavies would be more efficient naval force limit wise, but they're so expensive compared to galleys that it still basically never makes sense, even with force limit being a problem. I believe Bulgaria would be most likely to accept our ships. Yeah, so we could actually get above construction rate for these ships by selling them to Bulgaria. That's one of the benefits of having these vassals. We're getting a 5 ducat profit off of each of these ships. We obviously can't do this repeatedly because our subjects have limited money, but we may as well do this while we can. So we got rid of our light ships. We do want to see if it's reasonable to get more ships than Genoa, because if we get 39 ships, we can get rid of the minus trade power penalty in Constantinople, which is actually pretty severe. It's -5 flat and -75% multiplicative. Our current trade power efficiency is... where is it? 82%. Yeah, that's painful, because we don't have the edict on. So I'm going to turn the edict on, slightly increase our trade power. It's at 12% now. And hopefully getting rid of that privilege would help. That would like more than... yeah, that would roughly double our trade power if we can cancel out that privilege. How much are we making here? We're making 1 ducat from trade. But 39, yeah, that would be doubling our fleet, which would be quadrupling our fleet maintenance, basically. So that would not be turning a profit if we just built more ships yet, unfortunately. So we need to increase our naval force limit first, which is not easy. We don't really have many ways to do that at all. So we're mostly waiting for the +2 from the building, the shipyard, which requires Diplotech 8. Again, that's going to be a bit, especially since we can't prioritize Dip Tech. We need to take influence ideas first. And after that, it's just Pranoias, which don't give a lot of force limit. Okay. I think that's about everything. I feel like I wanted to do one more thing before I declared on Wallachia. But I don't think it's necessary. We do have 2 modifiers on the estates that are going to end soon. 62 for the Emperori, and in 67 for the nobility. So if we could integrate Athens before then, that would be nice, because it would be easier to revoke the bad privileges. But I don't know if it's going to happen, because Epirus allied Naples. And we need 8 connected ports to fulfill the requirements to get rid of the most annoying privilege, the reliance on republics. And this is only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 without Epirus. So we could try and take just Epirus. Oh, they're building a church. Cool, that saves me needing to build a church. And that would actually be done on time. So we could just take, say, 1 province. We don't need to full annex Epirus. Although the mission does assume we get both provinces, so we would miss out on some modifiers in the later mission tree. But as long as one of our subjects makes a claim, let's put this in red, so one of our subjects might make a claim. We could just take one province and then kill Epirus later. That could be worth it for getting rid of the privileges faster. Welcome, Lava Gamer. Okay, I'm going to go humiliate your rival, I think. I don't really see a reason to make Herzegovina a co-belligerent. There's no downside or upside, it doesn't matter, I think. There's a slight chance Wallachia could get Miltech 5 first, but I doubt it. Ottomans don't even have Miltech 5, and they should always get it before Wallachia. So let's just go for the Monarch power. And I need to organize my troops more. Okay, let's do 2, 3. These are all following. Okay, let's do 4. This is like commanding the allies, and naval ships can be 5. Okay. Are our subjects on attach? They are on attach. They should attach. Okay, we'll just assume they're going to attach. And still not earning a lot from money. The edict may have not kicked in yet. Oh, I need to swap advisors. Let's go trade efficiency. You don't want to be paying for that expensive advisor any longer than necessary here. Okay, I assume our ruler died and not our heir. Okay, good. Our ruler kinda sucked. Oh my god. That is an amazing regent. We may as well increase stability before... Yeah, we may as well increase stability while we can, before the modifier. The one thing that could go wrong here is if our ruler now also dies, that would be an issue. Because I can't disinherit yet. We need 50 prestige for faceting. So... Let's hope he doesn't die in, like, the next year and a half before we get 50 prestige. Okay, this is gonna be annoying. This is like 19k of troops. I'm gonna siege the capital first. How many troops do our subjects have, actually? 1k, 7k combined. So we probably couldn't siege both forts at once, because that's what, 25k? It's probably safer to not do that. And let's try and remember to keep on using our diplomats. We are not using our siege general. Oh, right, because our siege general is dead. Our siege general was our ruler. If we can bait Wallachia into a meh battle, then maybe that would be worth it. Maybe that wasn't worth it. I guess our troops didn't engage at the same time, so we lost more. We got some prestige at least. Yeah, the prestige was honestly probably worth it. I just want to be able to disinherit as quickly as possible. So we just need faceting, then we can disinherit safely. Because this heir sucks. He's so bad. This is, yeah, controls our vassal. So let's get most of these guys out. And we can send in a free company as well. Yeah, definitely can't afford to be sieging both of these forts at once. Is world conquest a normal common thing for this game as a playthrough goal? No, not really. It's considered both very difficult and very tedious, because you need to manage a lot of different factors. There's like different levels of an end goal for a campaign, so sometimes you just end a campaign when you become like the most powerful country. World conquest goes beyond that because you need to kill all of the countries. Like if you've ever played Civilization, it's like the difference between... Okay, Ottomans declare on Theodoro. That doesn't really matter. I don't love that they're continuing to expand, but I guess I can't really stop it. Ottoman Janissaries. Okay, their Balkan provinces are going to get kind of wrecked, which does suck a bit for us, because, you know, I want them to be as productive as possible for when my subjects take them, but we can't do that much about it, and I guess it does slightly weaken them. I could also, like, stop paying naval maintenance. My fleet isn't doing anything right now. Anyway, if you've ever played, like, Civilization, it's the difference between winning, like, any victory condition and, like, conquering every city on the map, basically. Like, even if when you do a domination victory in Civilization, you only want to conquer the capitals. You don't want to conquer every random city you see. So having to conquer every random city you see, there's also a time limit in EU4. It only goes until the year 1821. That's a different challenge than just becoming the strongest nation or whatever. So the main challenge with this playthrough, you have the normal world conquest challenges of managing to like conquer everything in time, but we're also playing on very hard, which is, I think, about the equivalent of deity in Civilization. The AI gets a ton of bonuses, so like you see the Ottomans have 53,000 troops. We are never fighting that head on. We always need to like get some kind of advantage or cheese to war them. So very hard. We're not using great power allies, so we're not allying any of like the super strong nations out there. Great powers are like the 8 strongest nations in the map. And obviously we're doing it as an OPM. One province minor, so we're only allowed to use Constantinople. We can't use other provinces. So that has a lot of challenges. The biggest one maybe is keeping all of our subjects loyal, because we want to subjugate the whole map, but the whole map probably doesn't want to be loyal to a single city-state. So that's going to be interesting to deal with. Okay, Austria is a great power now, so like we can't ally Austria anymore. But yeah, right now we're just trying to get this humiliation war on Wallachia off. We're not going to be taking any territory from them, but if we successfully humiliate them, we get monarch points, which is kind of like science and Civ. You can use it to either get technologies, or you can use it to develop a province. So we're mainly going to be using it to develop Constantinople, to play taller. And, okay, we can probably start both sieges now, because all of those troops are on that one fort. Is this, like, near max garrison? Yeah, it is. So that's going to take a while. And we should, maybe in 1 or 2 more months, meet the requirements for faceting as well, which will be very nice indeed. Because then we can disinherit this heir. Rulers and heirs are, like, really important in EU4, because they give you monarch points based on their skills, And if you have like a bad ruler or an heir, you could be like behind in technology because you don't have enough monarch points to afford new technologies on time. And we need a lot of excess monarch points in this playthrough because we want to develop Constantinople. Here we go, faceting. So this is the event I've been trying to get for a while. I believe I mentioned it like in the last stream, where it changes the trade good of our capital from glass to gems, which is an improvement by itself. That gives higher like base value from trade, and we're going to get a ton of positive like goods produced modifiers in Constantinople. So having a better multiplicative base good, like I believe gems goes up to like 5 in value before going down. Glass is only at like 3. It eventually goes up to like 4.5 or something. But gems is a better trade good for like the part of the game when it matters by a significant amount, by like 60% better. Is it 60%? Something like that. 66%, I think, better. 0.6% repeating, you get the point. And it also gives base goods produced, so we're producing more of the trade good. And it also means we can get, we can do something a bit funny, where we take out a monopoly on glass. So we did this at the start of the game as well, where we took out a monopoly on wine before giving our subjects all of our wine-producing provinces. So we basically just scammed our clergy. We're going to do the same thing now, where we're going to scam our burgher estate, the emperoi, by giving them a monopoly on glass, which would normally give them a good return on investment, in exchange for us getting 144 ducats now. But let's see. So Constantinople is producing basically 1.5 ducats of glass right now. We can take the monopoly. So we get 144 ducats instantly, 1 mercantilism. That increases your trade power a bit. Now we're getting 0 ducats, so the burgher estate should be getting those 1.5 ducats for the next 10 years. But we can click the faceting event, and the monopoly gets cancelled because we no longer have any glass-producing provinces. So now we're producing 2.8 from production instead of either 1.5 or 0 after the monopoly. So just a bit of unnecessary min-maxing, which may not actually be unnecessary with how little money we make base in this. Now that we got that event, by the way, we can also disinherit this heir, because this is an absolutely awful, awful heir. We do not want this guy coming to the throne, if we can help it whatsoever. This guy is like Commodus. He would wreck our nation. So we're going to take the 50 prestige hit, which we don't care that much about prestige anymore. It would be nice to have, but it's not necessary. So we can get rid of our prestige, and we're going to hope we get a more competent heir. If we don't, then it might be a problem, but we do have an amazing consort. So if we do get, say, a 1-year-old heir, even if he isn't that great, we could have our consort rule, and for 15 years, we actually get a really nice ruler. This is like a 13 total stat ruler. All of these values, by the way, can go from 1 to 6, so a 6-4-3 is a very capable ruler. So now we just need to siege these forts in Wallachia. We are sieging their capital fort and the one in Girju, before they siege our vassal's fort in Thessalonica. And if we can do this, then I believe they have mill access through the Ottomans. The Ottomans gave our enemies mill access because they don't like us. We just took a lot of their land in the prior war. And they think that they're making our lives more difficult. But in reality, now we know where the entire enemy army is, and as long as we win the siege race, we can just come back down afterwards and stack wipe their forces. In addition, we're getting Miltech 5 soon, and when we get Miltech 5, we unlock a new type of infantry, Eastern Militia, that has much better base stats than Eastern Medieval Infantry. Normally, you don't want to upgrade infantry types in the middle of a war when you're in enemy territory, because it resets your morale to 0, which makes your units very vulnerable to being stack wiped. But the AI is very reluctant to give up on sieges it has progress on. So when it has, like, say, 3 or more progress, it's very difficult to get these guys to move no matter what. So we can just upgrade our infantry in the middle of a war, wait for them to regain morale, and then with our new unit type, swoop down to finish these guys off. And we should also finish the siege first. One thing we can do is try and get a better general to finish the siege faster, but I don't really want to do that because it would delay the mill tech. So instead, I think I'll just move... Yeah, I'll just move Athens to the siege once the siege is over to hopefully speed it up a bit. How do you learn all this stuff? A lot of playing the game, a lot of reading the wiki, I guess. I used to play this game a lot. So I haven't been playing it super recently, because I played Terraria for a long time, but I'm getting back into the game, and I really like it. Okay, so... there's a choice on when we want to take the military technology. We can gain innovativeness, which will give us a discount on future technologies if we take it in the next 2 months. But there's also an argument to delay, because if the Ottomans get the Miltech first, we get a 5% discount on it. Unfortunately, I don't think that's going to happen, because they seem to be fairly behind in tech for some reason, possibly to do with us taking a good chunk of their land and money and war reparations. So I'm just going to take the tech now and get the guaranteed innovativeness. So this will also allow us to replace our infantry. So if you look, our old infantry had 2 pips, these have 4 pips, so that's a very significant difference. Okay, one of the AIs did actually leave the siege. That's actually fairly abnormal. But it's understandable, because we did weaken ourselves. So what I can do is get our vassals, who didn't weaken themselves, to come back. I might have upgraded prematurely, by the way. This might be a mistake. So this will take until the 19th, so it'll probably arrive on the 30th. Okay, I'm going to abandon one of the sieges so we can ensure we get one siege off at least to capital. Because we'll only lose like 4 progress. It's not ideal. But if we get their capital, we'll still win the war. And then we can come down, stop this siege, and then siege their other one. Okay, now they're going after Constantinople. That's a major mistake, because now their forces will be separated, and we'll have both a numerical and technological advantage. So this would be even better for us. So maybe abandoning that... So maybe baiting them into abandoning that siege was actually correct. Although I'm hesitant to say it was correct when it may have only worked out because of luck. How long, if that's not weird to ask? I think I started playing EU4 when I was like 14 or so, maybe like 8 years ago. Yeah, like 7 or 8 years ago. So if you look back on my main channel, I did like actually, okay, we won the siege. I did used to post EU4 videos. So what we can do now is make one giant army with all of our upgraded troops. I do want to separate our vassals out for this, because they won't actually be that useful anymore in direct combat, because they're outdated tech-wise compared to us. Yeah, they're all on Miltech 3 or 4. We're on Miltech 5. We want as many advanced troops into battle as possible. So I'm going to combine all of our troops into one stack, and then we'll go face the Wallachians head-on in Burgess. And as long as we get to this siege before they win the siege, we should be good. So they have a 0% chance of succeeding monthly right now. That chance increases monthly as they make siege progress. Okay, so we have our primary stack and our 2 mercenary stacks. We'll attach the Free Company and Palace Guard to our main stacks. So the mercenaries, I don't believe are on Miltech 5 yet. We can actually check, I believe. Oh, they are on Miltech 5. Cool. Well, that makes life easier. Then all of our troops should be Miltech 5 versus Wallachia Miltech 4, and this should be a fairly clean sweep. And we have a decent commander as well. We're still a bit low on morale, though. So, I don't want to wait too long. But, okay, perfect. If they go to Constantinople, that means they won't be harassing our vassals. And we want to kill the Herzegovinian troops first, because they have a slight chance of winning the siege. And they can sit on Constantinople for however long they want. We don't care. They are never winning that siege. It's at minus 71%. Okay, why are we so low on money? Army maintenance, basically. Oh, fort maintenance, okay. So we want to transfer occupation of the forts we win to our subjects, because that way they pay for it instead of us. Okay, extra mill power. Lovely. So hopefully they don't win this 14%. That would be very unlucky. Genoa announced us as their rival. That's unfortunate. That basically guarantees we're always going to have slower ship construction speed. And they shouldn't be able to run away in time from this. And our troops are almost at full morale. Not quite. We can leave the non-full morale troops here. And we still have enough of a numerical advantage that we should win this fight handily. So, we are attacking over a river, but when you are attacking an army that is sieging a fort, you are always considered the defender. So we won't actually get a crossing penalty here. If they were on a mountain, actually, they would get a defensive penalty. Okay, wow, 10% discipline difference. We might actually stack wipe this. Okay, we did. So we could... how many troops do we have here? So we have 2,000... 4,000, 7,000 troops versus Wallachia's 10k. I don't love that, but Wallachia seems pretty intent on keeping the siege in Constantinople. We can even actually even out the numbers here to ensure Wallachia can't beat our siege stack. And now we can use the rest of our army to go take Herzegovina out of the war. Although... Actually, I'm going to make a bit of a gamble, and I'm not going to send these 4k over to support our Wallachian front. I'm going to have them go support Herzegovina, because I want to be able... Actually, no, we don't need to. Yeah. We can have enough troops to siege down Herzegovina and do this at once. And Wallachia is sieging the most pointless fort they could possibly go after. So... We're happy to let them try and take Constantinople. They are not succeeding. Defender against Poland? Okay, that necessitates a slight change in plans. Because we don't want Poland to get occupations. Okay, corruption sucks. Let's root that out. So we're going to divert some troops to just siege this province as well before they do. Other than that, we can keep the same plan. They'll take one province, but we should still be able to get anything we want in the peace deal. And we may actually not even have to do much against Herzegovina. They may be adequately dealt with by, yeah, they're being dealt with by Poland. Which is a bit unfortunate. I would have liked to not have this happen, because I would have liked to piece these guys out myself for more stuff. But whatever. Can't have everything. So Wallachia just gave up on the Constantinople siege. They realized they were not going to succeed, I guess. We can't really get anything out of this, so we can just separate peace. I guess there isn't a huge reason to separate peace, actually. Maybe those guys separate peace and we can get something out of this war. Yeah. I'll just return my army to help deal with Wallachia. I don't think Wallachia will attack. We have a good amount of troops here. Okay. I don't think it matters if we take the technology yet. Oh, we get some prod efficiency. I suppose we may as well take it. At 2.7 to 3.2. Yeah, an extra 0.5 ducats from being ahead of time in tech. That's cool. Okay, Wallachia is going off to the middle of nowhere. We can just leave our armies here to go loot. And probably makes sense to reduce inflation. This Epirus War may not actually end up happening, unfortunately. Okay, it looks like Athens is at least, yeah, coring all their land, which is good. They should be a bit more stable after that. Oh, and we need to use our diplomats again. We keep on forgetting to assign them. Okay, so we don't really want army professionalism because we can't really keep it with how many mercs we're going to be regularly needing to hire and fire. But a 50% cheaper morale of armies advisor seems really nice. For only 30 ducats? I feel like we may as well. I mean, we are going to end up with extra mill power because of that, but we can use that to dev Constantinople up. Yeah, I don't see why not. We have some money. We can afford to splurge a bit. Okay, I believe all of the opponent's troops are dead now, so we can go turn our army maintenance down. Save a bit of money. Even, like, turn our fort maintenance off. Okay. I guess we may as well just peace out now. We're probably not going to get anything from continuing to not peace out Herzegovina. But this was a very easy war. And now we can show strengths on Wallachia. And we will get a bit of power projection, but more importantly, 100 of each monarch power. And we can use that to dev Constantinople when we need to. Okay, so now Epirus has built a church. I should probably keep track of how many churches we would need. Has Athens built any churches? I doubt it. I don't think they have extra money. Yeah, they're losing money. How much debt do they have? 35 ducats? Okay. I think I'm going to go for the Epirus War and try and get that province, because if we can, and we can get rid of, like, all the privileges at once with one annexation and re-release of our subjects, that would be really nice. Why is our Empore loyalty bad now? I'm not sure. Can we give them any privilege to, like, help out their loyalty? Not really. All of them would also increase their influence. Okay. So we basically just want to try and ensure we can win this war with Epirus before July 1462, which is when the burghers get more influence. And if we can do that, when does estate statutory rights expire? Okay, not that soon. But if we can, we could revoke deteriorating army, probably. Let's see what else. A union of the churches. So let's see what we need exactly for a union of the churches. We need 5 owned provinces with a church and 60 clericoi loyalty. We should get that if we sell titles. We'll need to sell titles anyway to revoke the reliance on republics. And deteriorating army is a decision, so that covers union of the churches and deteriorating army as long as I keep track of the number of churches. So we will have 1 in Constantinople, 1 in Epirus, and this is Orthodoxia. And then we need 3 more, I believe, for 5 total. Yeah, so probably 1 here, 1 here, and 1 here. Those are probably the 3 best provinces for a church. When is Discord? 1460. Okay, we can probably get a church done in time. So that's what, 300 ducats? Yeah, something like that. Slightly less. And we want to get this marketplace in Constantinople soon. And that will probably be our last Diplotech for a while, because we want to start filling out influence. So that covers those 2 privileges. Reliance on republics is basically just making sure we finish that Epirus war fast enough, which is going to be more difficult. Yeah, so we have this pretty harsh deadline of in 4 years. So we need to find a way to peace out Naples as quickly as possible. They have 19,000 troops. What I'm thinking is we get military access from Venice, and at the start of the war, we put all of our troops here. We detach 2k. Actually, no, just 1k. No, we'd probably need 2k. To go deal with Epirus, with our vassals. And we send the rest of our armies. We put the rest of our armies, like, up here in Venice. And then we don't get military access through Ferrara until we have our entire army up here, which is going to be, like, 17,000. We are a Miltech up. We won't get Miltech 6 in time. I'm almost certain of that. But we might still have a Miltech advantage 5 versus 4. And then we just start sieging down Naples land. And hopefully we can get their capital. And then separate peace Naples in time. Combined with a blockade, hopefully. They have 32,000. That is a lot of ships. But they probably don't have that many galleys. Let's see. If they have a lot of light ships, we're fine. Ooh, they do have a lot of galleys. That's not good. Okay. I'm not confident in our ability to win this, then. Okay, but I'll try anyway. Let's see, 601. Let's try and get one galley out faster. And let's aim for 20 galleys. If we are careful with our subjects' fleets, we may still be able to do this. We just need to make sure our subjects attach to our fleet, because if we include our subjects, Athens has 3 galleys, Maria has a galley, Bulgaria I don't think has any ships. We should actually check that. Yeah, they only have the light ships we sold them. Okay, so that's 4 extra ships. 4 extra galleys. So that goes to 17 galleys for us. Still probably not going to win versus 5 extra light ships, but it might be enough to scare Naples into not engaging, combined with a good admiral. When can we draft ships for war? Only every 30 years? Okay, that's not happening anytime soon. Okay, we just have to hope we get kind of lucky on the naval side of things. Or we can just hope that taking Epirus's land is enough to separate peace. I'm actually gonna, like, get a few more galleys, just in case. Because if we take a bit longer to peace out, then we would have to deal with 10 extra influence, but we could, in theory, counteract that with summoning a diet and taking the privilege. Where is it? Monopoly rights. If necessary to complete that agenda. If it's like some agenda we couldn't complete by like Devon Constantinople or something. Because I really want to get rid of these privileges. Particularly the naval construction one is crippling. Once we get rid of them, like minus trade efficiency really hurts us. Once we get rid of those, that should really help us out. And also the army, minus 15% morale, that sucks. We do need to be a bit careful about money, though. Yeah, maybe I don't build those last 2 galleys. Because I'm going to be spending basically all my remaining money on this marketplace, and I'm barely making a profit while at peace. Yeah, I don't think we can afford these last 2 galleys. An invitation to join a trade league. No thanks. I need my money. I have little enough trade power as is. Bulgaria has 5% trade power. Huh. Well, let's try and make Bulgaria like us more. So that we can maybe divert trade. Wallachia no longer a valid rival. Lovely. Genoa. Is Venice a great power, actually? They're not, so we could in theory ally them. Any other rivals that make sense? Probably not. I suppose we may as well rival Genoa. They rivaled us. What's the plan after you get rid of the crippling stats? We are killing Epirus partly to get rid of the estate privileges, partly to just get a bit more territory. Then we're going to be fighting the Ottomans again. We want to weaken them as much as possible, because right now they still have over 50,000 troops, and they are still expanding, even after our first war. So we probably want to do a second war where we take as much money as possible, and hopefully that will allow us to upgrade our center of trade in Constantinople to level 3. And after that, maybe we can get rid of our last privilege, which we can't get rid of through the Epirus War, the tax exemptions for Latin merchants, which depends on us having enough trade power. And that will also just help us get more control of the trade. And we have some good missions we can take, which give us a lot of bonuses after we get enough trade power to start off. And basically just start making a lot of money. Okay, Serbia offered an alliance. They're allied with Epirus. Why are you getting so many allies, Epirus? I mean, I suppose we may as well ally Serbia. Well, maybe this is kind of good, because we can, like, get more war score if we, like, can take out Serbia and don't have to deal with Naples. Yeah, this might actually be good. Okay. I don't want Serbia to... What is this? To not join the war. I think having Serbia join the war could actually be good. They don't have a navy, so we might still have naval supremacy. And if we occupy Serbia and Epirus, we can probably peace out Epirus for at least that one province. It's going to feel like a bit of a waste, because we won't be taking anything from Serbia. We'll need their war score to deal with Epirus. But that should be enough to help us deal with the privileges, at least. Okay. And 1460, how long does a church take to build? We only need this church to be done by 1462. So yeah, we can wait to build a church here. We may as well start building a church here, I suppose. Actually, there's no benefit to starting it early, really, so we can wait. I don't think Athens is going to be starting any infrastructure projects anytime soon. Athens is still losing money. Yeah, probably because of the 2 forts. That's one of the downsides of giving them the land directly. When I integrate them, I'm probably going to be deleting this fort here in Thessalonica, because it's not that useful, and it's draining their treasury. One thing connects to the other. Yep. We have a lot of different problems early game as Byzantium. The government does not start as a functional government. So we need to deal with them a bit before we can fully focus on conquest and stuff. Okay, this is also not a good heir. This is like 8 total stats. And we need, like, I think the average is 10. The one thing I will check is whether loyalty is influenced by prestige much at all. Okay, so it's plus 0.3 from prestige. That implies that it is 1 prestige for like plus 0.05 loyalty. I'm gonna look this up so I don't screw myself with loyalty. EU4 prestige. I want to know how much of an impact prestige has on loyalty equilibrium. So, okay, at plus 100% prestige, you get plus 5% estate loyalty equilibrium, at least with the burghers. I'm just going to control F loyalty on the wiki page. Okay. And, oh, at minus 100 prestige, a country has the reverse of these benefits as penalties, and it scales linearly. Okay. So, we would get minus 2.5 prestige, which isn't great. It would go down to, like, 25 loyalty. But I don't think that changes any of the breakpoints with loyalty. Because we can still get the 10 loyalty from selling land, and we can still get 10 from the diet. So it doesn't really matter if we're like 5 below or 7.5 below. So I'm going to disinherit the heir and hope for a better one. I am playing like aggressively and a bit riskily. We could get a pretty awful heir when this guy dies, but on average we shouldn't. And I want a good heir, not a meh heir. Okay, so November 1460 is when we can declare. It looks like Ottomans made peace, and this is bad. So the Ottomans now have, well, Theodoro, and some land here. So Crimea is now a vassal. So they almost have a fully connected passway to reach us. And Lithuania is friendly, so they might give military access. Moldavia is hostile, but they're fairly weak, so they may also give Ottomans military access. So future wars might be slightly risky with the Ottomans. We may need to wait until they're preoccupied elsewhere. Although we can't declare on them for a while anyway. And we should be able to get a marketplace in Constantinople soon. That will help with controlling trade. And we may as well select influence ideas. Even if we can't invest anything into it yet, we can get some events related to influence ideas in some situations. Ooh, Serbian ruler is malevolent. I'm going to improve relations with Serbia. Maybe they won't join. I don't know if I want Serbia to join or not still. Oh my god, yes! Okay, so turns out, in hindsight, we got lucky, which proved that disinheriting that mediocre heir was the correct decision. This is an event you can get once per game, which gives you a very, very good ruler, but it really only happens when you have an old ruler who doesn't have an heir, and is at risk of dying. So you're kind of playing by fire, with fire, trying to get the event. But we can get a 6/6/4 heir, a daughter, to rule our country. Or we can get +5 unrest. I think you guys know which one I'm picking here. Oh, we need to name her. She already has the correct name. There's only one correct name for a ruler like this, and it is Theodora. So, I am now going to make our ruler a general, and hope he dies as soon as physically possible. Oh my god, that is an awesome general. I still want him to die, but, like, awesome general. And let's go separate out these guys and start drilling our ruler as a soldier to maybe kill him in a training drill or something. Did Poland take the local noble? No. They have Lithuania as a PU. I don't know why Lithuania is friendly towards the Ottomans. Oh, but maybe they won't give Ottomans mill access because their overlord is rival to them. That'd be really good, if that's the case. Ottomans declared on Albania. So are Ottomans at war with Venice now? Ooh. Why are they at war with Genoa? I don't understand how Genoa is related to Albania. Leads a trade league with Albania? Oh, okay, so Albania is part of Genoa's trade league, and Venice was guaranteeing them. So now the Ottomans are at war with both of the merchant republics. That's actually really funny. The Ottomans do have a tech advantage, which is unfortunately probably going to let them win. But it might weaken them a little, maybe. It should at least, like, drain their resources a bit. I am still somewhat scared of the Ottomans, because they are still gaining strengths, and it's never good when the Ottomans continue to gain strengths, even when you're actively, like, chipping away at them. But we need to focus a bit on our Epirus War. Wow, we have +5 prestige a year. That is crazy. Okay. It might or might not make sense for us to ally Serbia. I still have not figured this out yet. I guess it would depend on whether or not the Ottomans grant one of us military access. Will Serbia, like, ask for military access or not, basically? Actually, we can check mill access mode. Ottoman says mill access with everyone right now. Wow. Yeah, so getting Serbia in would be a bit of a gamble, because if Serbia joins the war and doesn't get mill access from the Ottomans, then we couldn't fight Serbia, really, either. I mean, I guess we could by sending troops through Venice. But at that point, wouldn't it make more sense to fight Naples? Naples is also Tech 5, though. Ah, the indecision. We'll see when the war starts. January 1460. And the truce expires November 1460, so we have a ways to go before we want to pay for anything, army-wise. Yeah, always gamble with heirs. There's... I forget the exact statistics, but you can actually disinherit fairly aggressively, even when your rulers look kind of old. Especially when you have, like, multiple royal marriages and stuff. gonna stop currying favors and start improving relations with Bulgaria. I really want to start transferring trade power from Bulgaria. This campaign is just so wild. We have Ottomans with the Crimean March at war with basically, like, both Italian republics, like some random nations, Ferrara and Lucca, but, like, they're probably still gonna win. They have so many troops. And, like, all of the Ottoman troops are, like, working together. The AIs do not work together that well. At least in my experience, they don't, not when fighting the Ottomans. November 1460. Okay, Genoa accept knowledge sharing. I don't think we care. Are we still knowledge sharing with Hungary? We are. Wait, we're not? I thought we were knowledge sharing Hungary. What happened? Did I, like, not actually press the knowledge sharing button at the end of last stream? That's unfortunate. Okay. So we want to find someone to knowledge share with. But I don't think we have any good options. Okay, we should probably just ally Serbia then to, like, knowledge share with them. I think Serbia has a decent income. They have, like, some income. Yeah, let's ally Serbia to knowledge share them. Then we only need to worry about one ally in the war as well, instead of two. I don't want to Royal Marry Serbia, because I don't know if I want this alliance to be permanent, but, you know. Okay. And now, maybe they won't accept call to arms, yeah. The combination of us being allied and Serbian ruler being malevolent means they won't actually help Epirus. They probably won't help us in a war either, but now we can knowledge share Serbia at least and get some money. Also, you don't really want your leader to die because the regent could suck. Actually, we would be fine with our ruler dying. Look at this regent. I mean, besides the fact that the regent would only rule for like 2 years. In this case, we're fine with our ruler dying. Okay, let's raise our maintenance on everything. And offer knowledge sharing. I don't think we can get any better options for knowledge sharing. We could get Spoleto. Wow. Still annoyed with myself over Austria. Lithuania is -9. Let's do Serbia first. It's like 0.6 ducats. I guess that's a bit. Some money. And we should start making the churches. So we'll have 2 churches. We need, I think, 3 more. Yeah, we'll need 3. And we should have the loyalty, probably. Oh, we might not have the loyalty. 48 equilibrium. Oh, because of our prestige. That sucks. So we may have to summon a diet. But we might have had to do that anyway. So let's do a church here. Church here. And I guess church here. That'll be the best long term, even if it kind of sucks now. And we can get an age ability. I don't see a compelling one to pick yet. We could also concentrate Metropolitan. I don't think that would do anything useful, though. I really want to get this Loyal Liberty Desire down with Bulgaria. We could actually make them into a march. I mean, I guess the question was to march is, would we ever want Bulgaria to be a Pronoia instead? I don't think we want Bulgaria as a Pronoia. I mean, then you usually want Pronoias that have A, a lot of cores, which Bulgaria has, and B, a lot of coastal provinces to take advantage of the naval force limit contribution, which Bulgaria really doesn't have. And we also won't really be able to... what is it? I'm trying to think of the way to say it. We won't be able to afford the -5 hit on our force limit for Pronoias for quite a while, so I think it's actually fine to make Bulgaria a march. So we can get -20 by making Bulgaria a march, and that would allow us to transfer their trade power. So I think I'll do that. So royal marriage first. We may as well royal marriage all of our subjects, I guess. There's no downside, it doesn't seem like. And then making Bulgaria a march would allow us to transfer trade, which is not an insignificant amount. That would be like 25% more income from trade. That's, what, 1.1.6 ducats? Whereas we're getting 0.09 ducats from tax, so we'd make more money with Bulgaria as a march. Okay, we can declare on Epirus in November. And we want to do that as soon as possible. Okay, this is a very meh admiral. Because we want to minimize the penalty from having the recently declared war malice and willingness to make peace. That's sometimes an issue, even if you full occupy a nation. It doesn't, like, really stop being an issue until 5 years have passed, and we don't have 5 years to do this. Ah, this is a stupid event. Okay, we're not looking good on the money front. I mean, I guess we'll get some money from selling titles, but we don't want to do that prematurely, because we need all that loyalty from the estates to revoke the privileges. Just double checking. Okay, we have enough opinion with Athens that we can integrate them whenever. And that would be instant. We would get a slight diplo rep penalty for 10 years. Well, not slight, it's a major diplo rep penalty. But that doesn't really matter besides not letting us get knowledge sharing. Oh boy, what is going on in the east? Transoxiana War for Independence? The Ottomans are at war with so many different nations right now. And they're probably still gonna win. Yeah, I'll do this. This will give us control over... This will give us a bit more force limit as well, maybe. Yeah, we can hire an extra soldier. Okay, 21%. Okay, I think it might take another month for it to recognize that we get Bulgaria's trade power now. I wonder if there's a limit to how much governing reform capacity you can save up. Okay, September. Oh, we should probably have our fleet near where the action will be. And this guy can be the guy our vassal is attached to. 27%, yeah. So we're getting like, what, 0.6 or 0.7 ducats from transferring that trade power from our subject. That's nice. Slightly higher income. Okay. Austria going after the Burgundian inheritance. Cool. I mean, not even Burgundian inheritance, just P1 Burgundy, I guess. Okay, we want to actually attach our vassals here, so we want our fleet near our vassals for the start of the war. We have all of our vassals on supportive. I don't think we can do any more prep. Okay, now we're going to go Reconquest War on Epirus, and we're going to try and get naval superiority. For watching, hi, who are y'all? Yeah, I'm curious about that too. I mean, you and Nyx are, or I guess Darkwolf here, are two of them. Okay, Reconquest. I mean, I might even be one, because I have the stream open on my laptop to read chat. That still leaves one mystery person. Or maybe two, if it doesn't count me, which I don't think it does. I don't know. Yeah, we can do Reconquest. And yeah, Naples will sadly join. Serbia will not, that's good. We just need to get naval superiority, and we should be good. I don't think I need to do anything before I declare war. That would, like, help our estate loyalty situation. Not really. Oh, this will also help our clergy loyalty. Cool. So we shouldn't need to summon the diet for the clergy, we might still need to summon the diet for something else. If we wanted to sell ships, then it would make sense to do so now, but we don't want to sell any ships. Okay, we want our allies to attach to our navy. Okay, we'll follow Athens to hopefully encourage them to attach more. And we can just go and try and stack wipe this. As long as us and Athens end up on the same province, they should end up attaching. Yep, they attached. Okay, that's good. And how much mill access do we have? Not much. Will we get Tech 6 in time? No. I mean, this doesn't account for it getting cheaper, but we have to pay an exorbitant amount anyway. Oh, you saw the post on Reddit? Welcome, Pablito. Yeah. I made a small Reddit post. Very small. to advertise like the run a bit, because I think it's a pretty cool run. And yeah, I guess now the question is how we get our troops over. So let's detach one troop here, and then we'll try and get 6,000 troops at a time over via transport. We'll land them here, and once we have them all here, we can hopefully invade Naples. This will take a bit, but I think it's worth it. And we need to get this done. How much time do we have? Actually, do we have any siege? No, we have 0 siege generals. So what would actually make sense is trying to hire a general for a siege pip. That is not a siege pip. I mean, we'll have extra mill points, so let's do one more general. Okay, we have awful generals, probably because we have 18 army tradition. I just now saw that. Okay, that was a bit of a waste of 100 mil power. But it was probably worth the gamble. Okay, let's do this. Let's not allow attach here. And I'm thinking we can do 6,000 infantry first. I would like more transports, but can't always get what you want. And we should be able to get mill access through Venice. They like us. Yep. Okay, minus 35. That should win in the next, what, year and a half we have? How long do we have exactly? Okay, most of 2 years. You read all of it? You love Byzantium, aka Eastern Rome? Yep. I think someone, like, replied on the post saying, why don't you just do that as this run as the Ottomans, because they have core islets? I mean, you can, but, like, then you're not playing Byzantium. Okay, so this fleet is going to try and interrupt us, so I'll try and get my transports out of the way. We should win anyway. I don't see why they're attacking. They're fairly outnumbered, right? Yeah. 14 galleys plus... Yeah, 17 galleys for us versus 6 for them. They have a better admiral, but still, they shouldn't win. Yeah, I guess this is just a desperation play. I mean, they may as well do this, otherwise their capital is going to fall. I'm surprised, kind of. The AI doesn't normally do these types of plays. Oh, it's because Naples... I didn't even see the Naples fleet. They have 20 galleys? This is not great for us. Well, hopefully we can still piece them out if we just take their capital, but it's going to be more difficult to do that if we can't blockade it, and we don't have a siege general. I'll roll one more general for siege. No siege. Our only siege pip is on our admiral. Okay, game. We're somehow winning navally. We have no excuse to be winning, but we are. Why are we winning? We have less of every ship type. We have an extra light ship, I guess, and 2 transports. That should not matter. I don't understand this at all. Okay, well, we got a bad roll, so we probably still won't win overall. It's nice that we can kill some ships, though. If we just get a single ship in red, I'm leaving, because we're probably losing anyway. But they're getting ships in red somehow. Okay. I mean, these are all disengaging, though, so It's not like we're actually killing any of the ships. They're just out of the battle, so we still have less galleys into the battle. Okay, 3 ships just turned red at the same time. I'm not gonna risk it. I'm gonna just run, because we should not be winning this. We did kill 5 galleys. I don't know how. I mean, I don't think we actually killed them. I think they only had 20 galleys to start, and we just got them to disengage. But I guess that is kind of a win. Ooh, we can get the Empore loyal. That's actually really good. Okay. Due to the long time that many of our merchant families are spending in Hijazi communities, and among the people of Medina? What? Our gems are, like, very popular in Medina, apparently. So we can get more loyalty and some money, and they like us, and then they get some goods produced bonuses, which I don't really care if they get that. Or we can lose loyalty with our burghers for just to deny them a bonus. I mean, this is actually okay. Like, I might be making a bigger deal out of it than it is, but this is like such a good event for us, because this means we're no longer bound, I mean, as hard by this 2-year deadline. We're going to be bound by, like, the loyalty decay of our estate, but, like, we have some time now with this loyalty. We have until maybe, like, 3 years, so we get an extra year or 2 into this war. Yeah, this is awesome. We're going to hit the burger loyalty, but I'm going to keep the event on screen for, I think, 2 months to maximize the amount of effective loyalty we can get from this, because the event automatically chooses something after, I think, 2 or 3 months. And last jousting tournament, we can get some morale of armies, and army tradition and prestige in exchange for a bit of money and admin points. Normally this is good. I'm not thrilled on it now because we don't have much money. I mean, we can't spare much right now. Like, if you guys know what I mean. We should still have some money coming in. I guess we can do it. We're gonna be really tight on cash. And I don't know how to easily get more. We can't sell titles. We need to wait on that to keep our estates loyal. Taking loans is just asking for trouble. We have an 18 ducat loan size. We can exploit tax dev in Constantinople. I mean, that honestly might not be the worst idea ever. But I kind of want to get to 40 dev as quickly as possible there, so we can get the mission. I think I'll still take it. 10% morale would be really helpful for winning this war, and it will counteract our minus 15% morale we have. Maybe it will let us stack wipe the Ottomans or something. I mean, what, this is also like 10 prestige and 20 army tradition over literation. This is probably worth it. It's just tough to pick. This is the first time you're seeing this game. Yeah, I'm with Nyx or Darkwolf. Like, this must not make any sense. Well, hopefully I'm explaining it somewhat. It's a very fun game. Okay, let's do Forward to Glory. I want this Morale of Armies bonus. We're just going to be tight on cash for a while. And we'll keep this event on screen for 2 months. This is a very good event. Okay, and yeah, we made the right decision in not building those last 2 galleys. We would not be able to afford that. I still don't know if we can afford the galleys we did build. Okay, we have a 1 siege general through our vassals at least. That's good. We probably should have bombarded the fort now that I think about it. I'm gonna see if we can still do that. Because the enemy fleet should be scared to engage. They should be healing for a while. Okay, we got this in December. I'm gonna click this at the very start of the months. And I'm gonna try and, like, get a few miscellaneous ships killed while I can. This might be risky. Okay. Let's do this option for extra loyalty. Oh, and we get some ducats back for this. Lovely. Okay, so right now, and for the next while, we can get the Empore loyal enough to revoke their Alliance on Republic's privilege. Uh-oh, no battle will happen. They get there on the 4th, and we get there on the 7th. Okay, let's just go straight here. And we can try to naval barrage this fort to get it sieged faster. Damn it. This is gonna be really bad. 8th of February. Okay, we should have scouted better. I'm gonna add in our transport, so maybe we'll lose less galleys if we have all of our ships in the battle. I didn't expect them to be ready again so soon. Yeah, we're gonna lose a galley, maybe multiple. That was really bad. We lost 2 galleys there. Okay, we're not getting naval supremacy. We do have 6 more galleys coming up, but I don't think that'll be enough. I have 18 galleys. Even after our 6, we'll still only have 18, and Epirus has another 3. I mean, I guess Athens has 3. So that might help counteract some of it. Okay, I'm gonna do a... Okay, now that the fleet is gone, we should still be able to naval barrage the fort at least. But, actually, that won't do anything. We should win the siege anyway. But we can get more war score. Yeah, so it's better to win it quicker still. There we go. It's so weird not being able to see the Aegean Sea. I wonder, you like to pretend you have any idea of what's going on right now? Same. That's what I feel like when I watch chess. Like, moderately high-level chess games. I, like, understand, like, maybe, like, 2 of the tactical threats, and then all of the positional ideas just completely fly over my head. But right now, we are attacking Epirus. We're trying to get them back into our empire. We're going to try and get Athens to annex them, so that we can then annex Athens, so that we can get rid of our many terrible estate privileges. By the way, we should have enough churches, right? Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll have a 5th church via conquest. And we can sell titles to get the loyalty needed for that. And repair their army. We will probably have 100 development. I don't actually know. 20,000 soldiers is another requirement that is not necessarily easy to meet. Yeah, we have 19,000. Okay, we'll probably meet that. Yeah, we just need this peace deal. That's the minimum peace deal we need. So how much development is Athens? Does it say anywhere? Economy. Country. Development? I don't know how to check the development of a country. I guess I just add up all their provinces. Okay, 12, 18, 25, 35, 39, 49, 53, 64. I think I did that right. And we have, what, 44 minus 3 is... Wait, no, 40 minus 3. So 64, 104, minus 3, 101. So we would barely meet the development requirement for that. And the other requirements we should meet. Okay, so we should be able to get rid of all the privileges. At least we're learning from the pros. I don't know if I'd qualify myself as a pro at this game. I've played it a fair bit, I suppose, and I don't know. We're doing a slightly difficult challenge. Okay, maybe a very, very difficult challenge. This is probably significantly above the challenge the level of challenge I should be doing with my skill level, but it's interesting, so I'm doing it. How far are we from piecing out? Not that far, actually. And we can try fighting Epirus's fleet, I guess. I mean, it's 12 galleys versus 3. Even if these guys, like, start supporting after a bit, we should win. Yeah, we'll probably lose the battle, but at least kill some ships, which I think is okay. Yeah, so we have slightly less galleys involved. Okay, one of our ships is damaged, so we are out of here. Let's go to the Aegean Sea. We have the most ships there. Oh, never mind, we can't. Yeah, so we killed 2 ships, which is okay. And we can start repairing our ships. 6 watching, okay. Apparently, like, EU4 is, like, not actually that unpopular. Probably because I made, like, the Reddit post about it. But I don't know. I'm way more excited for this EU4 run idea than I was for the Terraria idea, because I feel like the Minion Terraria hardcore run is mostly just a lot of grinding. There is a lot of skill as well, but it's a lot of grinding. Whereas this is very little grinding. It's very lots of figuring stuff out that I don't actually know if I can figure out or not, which I find much more interesting right now. We got a completely useless trait on our air, but at least it's not harmful. Okay, so we have Epirus blockading us. That's actually annoying. I don't love getting war exhaustion myself, but it's not giving us war exhaustion for some reason. I'm not sure why. Maybe it's because it's not fully blockading us. You actually voted for EU4 despite not knowing what it was. That is interesting. What was your reasoning behind that decision? Okay, we got Serbia to, like, max, so probably I'm just going to keep on currying favors with Bulgaria. I want to increase their trust. I want to be able to, like, reliably keep them transferring trade. Ooh! We have 37% trade power. How? Oh, because the Ottomans? No, the Ottomans aren't even occupying that trading post. How do we have so much trade power? Oh, did Genoa lose their navy? Oh, that's why. Okay, so Genoa lost their navy. So the Genoese colony in Galata is a conditional modifier on our trade power, where it cripples our trade power if Genoa has a larger fleet than us, but they don't. So we may actually be able to take this mission to promote our Emporoi soon. If we can get a bit more trade power, then we could do that, but I don't know how. How much trade power does Athens have? I don't know, but Athens should have some trade power because they own some provinces. It's just almost none. I'm going to divert trade from Athens for now, and maybe that will let us get over the 40% threshold for like 1 month. We only need it for 1 month. Unfortunately, Athens doesn't have much trade power at all right now because they're being blockaded, and so are we. Yeah. We're not getting much trade power at the moment. I will move this fleet a bit closer. Never mind. I'll move this fleet back into port and bait out the enemy fleet to stop blockading us. Or at least stop blockading Athens. We are still getting blockaded. I'm still going to try and get to Achaea at least. They arrive on the 10th. We would arrive on the 6th. Yeah, we probably have time to go here and then get into port. And then we can connect with at least one other of our ships. I just want to slowly get all of our navy together. So that we have a better fighting chance when a naval battle does happen. Okay, we need to wait until... How long does it take to go out to sea? 2 days. So we need to wait until they arrive in Toronto, and then we want to move our navy to the Aegean, and we can maybe catch the Epirus fleet separated from the rest of Naples' fleet here. Okay, so 15th we want to get out on the 16th. '15th, 16th. Why does this still say there will be a fight? I'm gonna go anyway. I don't think there will be a fight. Never mind, there will, because Epirus is coming back. Okay, so we can at least stay here, and now at least Epirus can't blockade us fully. Yeah, we went down to 16% trade power. Is that because... I think that's because we're being blockaded. Yeah, that was from them blockading us. So we want to avoid them blockading us if at all possible, which it looks like we're avoiding for now. And we can maybe bait these out from the blockade by... Okay, so this is on the 19th. This is on the 19th. If only we had a better admiral. This is on the 17th. Okay, we can go here. Again, if we can just get these off of Constantinople for a month, we may actually get that 40% trade power, and we can complete our mission. We've also been healing, and the Naples fleet, I don't believe, has been healing. So if we did end up fighting them, I don't think it would actually be as one-sided as it might look. And we can kill one of their fleets here. Maybe? Maybe not. Okay. Maybe we can go around here and get them to chase us into the middle of nowhere. Or just blockade them. Yeah. Okay, they suicided a light ship in an attempt to catch us, but they failed. Yep, we were just leading them out on a wild goose chase, and now maybe we can get back and catch the Epirus fleet. Okay, this is one galley. This is also no galleys. So I'm going to hire a second admiral who will hopefully be better than our first admiral. Okay, by technicality, he is maybe better. But we have 4 galleys now versus a lot of transports, so we can maybe keep that engaged. and possibly draw out that other fleet from blockading Constantinople. And maybe our other fleet here will be able to catch these guys in time now, before we get caught by the 29 ships that are coming to catch us. Naval wars are kind of weird. Okay, and we have another galley we can add. We have 4 ships versus 11, but our ships are galleys, which are much better. Oh, and they ran. They're running away. Okay, and now we have all of our fleets linked up. Okay, we didn't kill any ships, but I consider this a victory. Let's go heal everything. Because now we have everything in one place. Okay, Bulgaria suicided 2 light ships, unfortunately. And we can heal, maybe. Alright, and now let's go challenge the enemy fleet. We have 3 galleys from Athens here and 1 galley from Morea, so we actually have a galley advantage. If we heal for 1 more month, all of our galleys, at least, should be at full health, and we should be able to win an even engagement. Well, it wouldn't be an even engagement anymore, it would favor us. And we still only have 37% trade power, that is unfortunate. We could try embargoing Venice and Genoa, but I doubt it would make a difference. Oh, what we could do is, how much trade power are we getting from Merchant? Maybe we could get more trade power if we transferred trade instead of collecting in Constantinople. We'd probably earn less money, but we care about trade power for the mission, not money. Okay, it looks like Naples is now scared of our fleet, which makes sense. They should be. Okay. We have until July to make peace. This is gonna be close. 1 minion, master for the worthy hardcore sounded like actual misery. Yeah, it is somewhat miserable. You do have to use more of the minions and mechanics to normal, which is why I wanted to do it, but I still prefer this run. Okay. Let's see if we can get this fleet somewhere useful. At least maybe Gulf of Sirte. Where are you going? Aegean Sea? Okay, let's fight Epirus in the Gulf of Sirte. And maybe we can separate peace Naples before the time runs out. Okay, so we have this privilege until July, so we need to peace out by June so that we can annex Athens by July 1st, because we can only do that on the month's tick. We're just going to improve relations a bit, just to double check we'll have enough relations to annex Athens. And what else? I'm paranoid I'm going to forget, like, something here. We need 1 more soldier to get to 20,000. We may as well start that now. We won't be over a force limit for long. And Union of the Churches. We'll get 50 loyalty via selling land. And we should meet all the other requirements. And will they accept peace right now? They will. I assume they'll also accept peace if we ask them to give it to Athens instead. I don't think they care. Yeah. So the only question is, what else do we want with this? Honestly, I don't think we need much else from the peace deal. Okay, I'm going to go AFK for like 2 minutes to take a break and get some water. Stream will resume then. I'm just gonna like leave the game paused for like 2 minutes or so. Okay, I'm back. Perfect opportunity to say a swear without Adventure 64 knowing. Because definitely, it's impossible to check back the replay for a stream. Nope, that feature doesn't exist. I mean, it may as well not exist. I'm not gonna bother. Wait, why was I thinking, like, I would have to listen back to the stream to see if you had said a swear word in the stream chat. I might have been losing my brain cells. Okay. I think I lost my brain cells already. I spent all my brain cells optimizing EU4, and I have no brain cells left for real life logic. Okay. So we can catch this Epirus Navy, and April, May, June. So we want to peace out. Can we peace out in June? We could technically, but I don't want to leave it that late if avoidable. At least I think we could peace out in June. Because then we'd annex Athens in July. Okay. Chance to capture enemy ships, plus 20. That's actually a really good trait. Like, underrated. That doesn't change our chance to capture ships, by the way, from like 1% to 1.2%. It would change it from 1% to 21%. So this is an amazing admiral trait if you don't really want to pay to build ships, which I don't. Ships are expensive. I mean, you don't always capture the ship type you want, but still. We can heal up and then challenge the Neapolitan Navy, maybe, before we make peace. Oh no. Wonder said, I don't even know if that technically qualifies as a swear word. I mean, it might in kindergarten. Instant ban from the stream. You just get banned because you can't bother saying, like, hell properly. I don't know if I want to engage this, actually, because the naval battle might last a while. And could be annoying. But I also want to capture some ships. And we should win it. 1-1 versus 0-1. We have a slight admiral advantage. Yeah, I want to try for some ships. We should still be able to easily peace out, even if we have to, like, lose to naval battle. Yeah. I guess we'll leave this till the last minute, because why not? Over-optimization. So we'll peace out in June, so that we annex Athens in, what is it? We'll get another diplomat free, so that we can annex Athens by July 1st. And then we can, on July 1st, we will revoke all the privileges, bad privileges, and, then give all of Athens' land to some other vassal. Probably Maria. Yeah, so we have the army size. We don't have an army equal or larger than 20,000? Oh, we're still getting that. Okay, cool. Yeah, so we now have more galleys than them. They have slightly more morale, but hopefully the more galleys matter. Oh, is naval combat wits coming into play as well? There's a limited amount of ships you can actually get into a battle at once. Yeah, so we have one maneuver and they have one maneuver, so we should have equal combat wits. We just have better ships then. That would be it. So as long as we peace out in June, we should still be able to, like, instantly annex Athens. I'm leaving this way too close. No, our +1 trade advisor died. Yeah, so we need morale of navies. Okay, one of our ships is taking damage. I don't want to lose a ship, because that would be really bad. So I'm just going to make peace now. We killed one ship, at least. That's okay. And I don't think it actually makes sense to demand anything else in the peace deal, because we want a short truce with these guys so we can fight them again later. Yeah, Athens now has a claim on Epirus. We can just declare on Epirus again in like 5 years if we really want to. Yeah, this should be fine. I mean, I doubt we can full annex them, but we can try. Would they accept? No. Of course not. Okay, we'll just do giving this to Athens, and that should be good. I don't think it makes any sense to take money. We could take war reps mainly for the prestige. Yeah, why not? Extra prestige, marginal amount of money. Doesn't really matter. Not gonna have like a long truce or anything. Okay, now we need to annex vassal. And oh crap. Okay, so we might have messed up insofar as I forgot that it takes like 1 month. It takes 2 months to annex a vassal, not 1. So we're going to lose this modifier right before. Okay, it's not ideal, but we will have to summon a diet and do whatever to make the burgers happy. Oh, maybe it doesn't take 2 months. Oh, yeah, okay. We should be fine. Okay. Alright, we are annexing Athens, and it should be done on the 1st of July, and then that should be good. And then Athens' debt of 144 ducats is going to disappear. And then we will probably take out some monopolies on their land, and then give it to Maria. And we can keep diverting trade, I guess. Maybe we'll get, for 1 month even, enough trade power to get that 40% for the mission. And do we have that 20,000 troop count? Yes, we do. Okay, we should fit all the requirements for revoking all of the privileges. Fingers crossed. Hopefully I don't take too much attrition here. Can't do much about that. Guess I can assign a higher maneuver leader. I really don't want to take attrition and then not be able to fulfill the army one. Okay. I accidentally like unpaused the game too quickly. I don't think it technically matters because it was a single day, but I'm gonna like restart the game so that we don't technically own a province for like 1 day, because that would break the rules. So then I'll restart, load the last autosave, and maybe I can pause the game on the correct day so that we don't actually own the land for more than 1 day straight. I guess in the future, when I annex a vassal temporarily, I can just like go on 1 speed. I think that would be a better approach. I didn't realize it automatically paused the game because I hit the space bar trying to pause and it was already paused, so it unpaused instead. Oh god, now I have to play over the last, like, 3 months. Okay. Well, this is what I get for implementing an overly strict set of run rules. Because, yeah, technically we owned Assen's land in that scenario for, what is it, 2 days straight, which is against the rules. So we'll peace out Epirus again for war reps and giving that to Assens. We'll move our troops again. Free our diplomat again. And we have the troops. We will try and annex Assens again. It's instantly done. It finishes in June. I think this is like a month earlier than last time, but it shouldn't change anything. And we will hopefully pause on the exactly correct day. Well, I think it automatically pauses, so that should be good. Okay, random event. Okay, it auto-pauses. Note to self, it auto-pauses when you integrate a vassal. So you get some prestige. Does this unpause the game? Okay, it does unpause, so we can't click that event too quickly. So we need to do everything that we would normally want to do as relates to our vassals before we unpause. So basically get rid of all the privileges. So first off, we can sell titles for 300 ducats. That will give us some negative crown land. Why do we have negative crown land? Did integrating our vassal lose us crown land? That's weird. Well, anyway, we'll sell crown land to get the estates more loyal. Okay, and now we should be able to do everything. We should be able to repair the army. We have enough development, we have a large enough army, we have the mill advisor, and we have plus 15% morale. We meet all of those requirements, so we can repair the army, get rid of that privilege. That is 1 privilege out of 4 down. We can get rid of 3 of these right now, in theory. We can end the union of the churches, which will remove that negative privilege from the clergy. And we should be able to end reliance on republics, so we can build ships at a normal speed now, which should not be as much of an accomplishment as it's been. So end reliance on republics. And this will trigger a revolt, maybe. Okay, that's actually bad if it triggers a revolt. Because then we may not be able to grant provinces. I'll reload so if it causes a revolt, and then we're stuck not being able to grant provinces, because that would also break our rules. So revoke reliance on republics. It did not cause a revolt. Okay. We're legal to continue the game. And we can get rid of this unnecessary fort while we are here. And now, we have all of this land to grant to one of our vassals. But first, we should probably full state it, so that our vassals will get slightly better land after we reduce autonomy. We cannot reduce autonomy because it wasn't in a state at the beginning of the month. Okay, that sucks. I'm just double checking we can't do that. Okay, that's weird. But we may as well reduce autonomy so our vassals get slightly better land. Why can we not reduce it here? I'm not exactly sure. Whatever. And we can see what monopolies we can take out to make our vassals like us slightly more. We'll basically just take whatever monopolies besides monopoly on gems. So we have wool and wine. And that's it for clergy. We have livestock, we're not taking gemstones. And that's it for nobility. And we have monopoly on textiles here. And that's it. So we can get 3 monopolies, which is decent. We can get 3 mercantilism, which should increase our trade power some, which will be nice. So let's go grant the monopolies. And I'm debating whether to delete this fort or not. I think I won't. I think it's still a very useful fort, even if it is a bit annoying for our vassals to deal with. So it shouldn't really matter, but we may as well grant monopoly on wool. It gives marginally more income. This is really absurd min-maxing. But the mercantilism is the main benefit here, not the money. We'll take livestock. We are not doing gemstones. And we can't revoke estate statutory rights still for a bit, but that's okay. And we can do monopoly on textiles. And I don't think there's any other monopolies we can take. Okay. Now, we need to decide how to deal with this land. I think we're just going to give it all to Maria, so we'll have 1 Greek subject. That will end up with a bit less force limit, but I think that's unavoidable. I don't think we even have any other choices. We can't release any nations. There just aren't nations that have cores on this. We can possibly exploit land. I don't know if that would make any sense. We get 6 ducats, 7, 8, 21 is decent. Oh, we can also reduce autonomy now. Not sure what was up with that previously. Okay, 35 ducats is, like, actually decent. And so is 24 ducats. That's like 60 ducats we can get. Or, what's it called? Maybe our level 3 center of trade slightly faster. Okay, I think I'll do it in Thessaly and Athens. It doesn't really matter, probably. Oh, actually, I should have checked if we could have concentrated development. I doubt we could have anyway. Okay, and now we'll grant this land to Maria. Let's just double check. I did, like, get rid of all the privileges that are necessary. Yeah. Okay. Now our estates should be somewhat more functional. And Maria should also, like, be much stronger now. Because they're getting, like, all of Greece already cored. With, like, not amazing autonomy, but at least not, like, absolutely awful autonomy. Okay, and we are also in OPM again. So the only negative privilege we have left is end Latin favoritism, and that should hopefully be much easier to deal with now. We got 3 mercantilism, so that's like 6% extra trade power. Not quite multiplicative, it's like additive, so maybe 3% total, but still. Nice. And we can stop paying for our armies and navies for a bit. We are over force limit, though, now. Yeah, we have, like, 5 extra troops. So probably we should get rid of the Free Company. There we go. Oh, and our navy is also still costing a lot. Okay, we can mothball our navy. Okay, and disable our fort. And we are no longer losing absurd amounts of money. Which, you know what? That's a win. Now, we do have a slight crown land issue, but that should hopefully be fixed. When we can take estate statutory rights again, which actually should be fairly soon. Yeah, we'll just need to sell titles again, and then we can revoke it in, actually, like, right after the minimum time. Yeah, okay. As long as we're not at war at July... Wait, actually, I don't think it even matters if we're at war. We can always sell crown land, I believe. You just can't seize land while at war. Cool. Did we end up building that marketplace, by the way? We did. Okay. So we just need that workshop from the new tech. And Maria now has basically no liberty desire. We can also, like, transfer, enable divert trade, just in case it makes a difference. I doubt it will. And we can support air. It would be awesome if Theodora got on the throne. Supporting air in Poland, by the way, will give us monarch power depending on how skilled our heir is, and Theodora is very skilled. So if we succeed in supporting Theodora on the Polish throne, we'd get a lot of monarch power. Do the other countries progress on their own, or are there predetermined things like the French Revolution in the 1790s, for example? Yes, they progress on their own, but there are also predetermined events. So there is, say, a European Revolution that will happen around, like, 1790, 1800, but it's not guaranteed to be in France. It could be in some other country. Okay, we get some nice policy. Not policy event. That's because we have influence ideas. Random event we can get when we take that, even before we invest anything. And then the next war was the Ottomans. I want more vassals, because we are down to 2 vassals. And... Do I want to lose... Am I okay losing 1 base tax in Constantinople? I'd prefer not to. But I care more about statutory rights, because this is like a lot of money we could get. So... maybe I just let them take the tax. Yeah, it's not ideal, but I guess I probably have to. Before that, though, actually, I want to... Do the burgers hate me right now? Yeah, they do. I don't think it matters, though. I'm thinking I want to debit to 40 first, but we can't fill the mission anyway, so I guess we lose the tax. We have extra admin mana anyway. And our burger loyalty is now 34, which is still not great, but that will increase by another 15 once we revoke the last privilege. Up to like 51. So that should help. The Ottomans are still in both of the wars they started like ages ago. They have less than 50k troops at least. That's kind of good, maybe. Chlorocori gain loyalty. And get Patriarch Authority in exchange for prestige. That's probably okay. Patriarch Authority is quite good. We can use it for a lot of useful stuff. So I'll agree to those demands. And we get prestige back really quickly now, so we'll get that back to 0 in like 5 years. Still need to decide whether I want that minus nobility influence privilege or not. Government reform or not. I probably don't need it, but I'm going to wait like 5 more years to pick a government reform anyway. And then, I wonder if it makes sense to give out clerical ministers is like kind of annoying. So I might revoke clerical ministers because it doesn't give us that much. We get Patriarch Authority from like random events and stuff we don't need extra. And instead we can get development of temples, which will keep these guys more loyal long term. As well as, where is it? We want another clergy privilege. I know it's in here somewhere. A clerical education. Yeah. Which will give us more reform progress gross. Although it scales with influence, I think. Oh, it scales mainly with loyalty, so it's important that we get a lot of clergy loyalty. Okay. So I'll just... Or honestly, I could just pick this now. We have enough base loyalty to be above 60%, even when at peace with like heathens and stuff. And this does give... I mean, it doesn't give dev costs, but... Patriarch Authority is also good. The question is, would I rather have like 5% dev cost or yearly Patriarch Authority? I think there's like some missions and stuff that end up giving Patriarch Authority, so I feel like I'd rather have the dev cost, so I'll wait until I can revoke this. Because this gives influence and no loyalty, which is not amazing. Yeah. I'll wait. And now, I think the main thing we still need to do is increase trade power in Constantinople. Oh, we have a light ship. Okay, let's protect trade in Constantinople instead. Not that it will do that much. We just need, like, 2% more trade power. How can we get 2% more trade power? I don't think embargoing Venice would be enough. Like, how much? Yeah, Ottomans are only getting hurt by 20% by our embargo. Need more trade power, but I can't think about how to do it. Mercantilism isn't as effective as one would expect at that, because it's an additive modifier, and we already have a lot of additive positive modifiers for this. Yeah, we have plus 265% trade power here. We really just need to upgrade this to level 3, so we need like 550 more ducats. It costs 1,000 ducats to get a level 3 center of trade, which is going to take a while to get. We basically need to win a war against the Ottomans. That's it. And then in that war, we'll just take a lot of money. But, I mean, at their current state, they might actually just be at war with Balkan people for another 6 years, so we may not be able to do that. I mean, hopefully the Venice-Genoa War ends before the Timurid War. How's the Timurid War looking? Not great for Timurids. That's unfortunate. That means the Timurid War might end faster. We can take the new level of military technology. I don't want to yet, because it's 30% more expensive because it's ahead of time. So we'll wait and maybe dev Constantinople with military power instead. So that's, again, why playing tall is somewhat mana intensive. Because you want just to spend mana on technologies to keep ahead of time, but you also want to develop. And we really want to develop Constantinople to at least 40 dev in the very near future, because we have a very powerful mission from that. That also does rely on getting mill and admin tech 6 for the buildings that are required for that mission, as well as investing the admin and mill into deving. But that will also help us get more money. Because the buildings are cheap, but they give significant economic benefits to Constantinople. And we can also take a look at how Maria is doing. Okay, Maria is much more solvent than our previous Athenian vassal was, because they're only paying for 1 fort instead of 2 that Athens was paying for. So they are turning a healthy profit, which is nice. Because that profit means maybe they will buy a light ship from us or something. Oh, we have 45% trade power in Constantinople. Probably because the Ottomans maybe occupied... Oh, the Ottomans occupied the Venetian trading post. That's awesome. And we have an embargo on the Ottomans, which means that we are reducing that trade power. And I think trade power is automatically reduced when a province is occupied. Yeah, it is, by 50%. Awesome. So first off, we can disable divert trade from Maria to keep them loyal. We don't really need their trade anyway. Their trade is mostly centered in Greece. Well, not Greece. We're both in Greece. But in Western Greece, in Ragusa, where we aren't collecting. And we want more trade power in Constantinople, which flows into Ragusa, so we don't really care about Ragusa. But now, we can take the mission, promote the Emperor, which required that 40% trade power. That's why I wanted that for so long. And we get 15 flat extra trade power in Constantinople that is affected by all of our trade power modifiers. And then we also get 50 flat trade power in the Constantinople node, which is not affected by any modifiers, but I mean, it's 50 trade power. That's a lot of trade power. If we look right now, we have 120 trade power total, so this will really help us. So now we got our marketplace upgraded, and we got a ton more trade power. So that might actually even help us end Latin favoritism, although we might need more income for that. Or we might need to, like, get a better advisor. Okay, so we now got way more trade income because of that. And that will probably allow us to both integrate Galata, which is that negative modifier, the Genoese colony in Galata, that has been bugging us. And also get rid of that last privilege with the burghers. We do need a better trade efficiency advisor, so I am going to promote this guy to end Latin favoritism. Yeah, that's the last requirement we need. He will be more expensive, but honestly, I'm fine with extra Diplo power. That'll be really useful anyway. So we can integrate Galata, or actually we can end Latin favoritism first. Yeah. And now, that's the last Emperore negative privilege dealt with. So our loyalty for the Burgher estate, or Emperore, 2 names for the same thing, is finally a decent level. It's at 48%. Not amazing, but not awful. And it has been awful for a very long time. So I can now also grant the Land of Commerce to them. I'm not going to do it yet, because I want to grant, actually I could do it now. I'll do it right before I sell titles later on. But I should also dev Constantinople some to get up to 40 dev. We'll get up to 40 dev anyway from integrating Galata, but I want to dev first because it is more expensive to develop a province the more dev is already there. It's like exponential. So the question is what type of points we want to spend on this. I'll probably spend military points, 1 Diplo, because we want to spend Diplo on a lot We really want influence ideas. I'll probably stop focusing mill, by the way, and start focusing Diplo, I think. Because we just want so many Diplo points. Yeah, I'm going to just do that now. And I don't really want to dev any admin there, even though we have excess admin. Just admin dev isn't particularly useful in Constantinople long term. So I'm going to do here. Oh, I guess we can just dev mill again. Wow, we still can't dev any Diplo. I didn't realize. How did we get so much Diplo dev? I'm not sure. I guess it was from one of the missions or something. And I guess I can dev tax once. I mean, tax dev isn't helpful. It might even be actively harmful because it's just so much worse than Diplo dev long term. I mean, right now we're getting slightly more than triple when we do have a church and no workshop at all. Yeah, I'm not going to dev tax at all in Constantinople because I think it's just downright harmful. I'd rather use our admin mana on anything else. Maybe deving our subjects, for example, and trying to stack subject dev. So we can then integrate Galata. It'll give us even more production. I guess that's fine. And now that will allow us to dev Diplo one more time. Oh, I forgot to switch. Whatever. At this point, it barely matters if I switch the edict or not. Now I can expand infrastructure again. And expanding infrastructure just buffs everything in Constantinople, so it's lovely. And we'll take the admin tech first, because we don't really care if we waste admin points for getting it ahead of time. Admin points aren't that useful for us. We don't want to dev tax in Constantinople. Deving tip is better, because gems are just, they produce way more income overall. And that did get us to 20% crown land, so we can actually take out Land of Commerce. And I think I'm just going to do that now for the extra Diplo point. 43% equilibrium is still fine on these guys. And I want more Diplo power. We don't care about losing 5% tax. 5% tax doesn't matter. And none of these other penalties matter, because we're an OPM. And then we can revoke a state statutory rights in a few years and then immediately take it again for even more land. That's my favorite part of being an OPM, by the way, just abusing estate statutory rights when it's normally just abusing you as a player. It's like, what is it? It's like payday loans. Like, normally payday loans are abusive to, like, the poor people that usually take them out. But if you don't have to pay back the payday loans, suddenly they become really good. And we don't get any of the penalties from estate statutory rights, so we may as well abuse it. Okay. But Truce with Ottomans ends in like 6 years. And then, yeah, we might be able to increase the speed, actually. Yeah, not yet. Yeah, okay, so I'll take admin tech, I guess, in 1 year, when it's still 10% ahead of time, just to get this workshop slightly faster in Constantinople. That will end up giving us a lot of money. And, oh, we don't actually need a larger navy anymore. So how much are we paying in naval maintenance? You're paying almost nothing for being over force limit. That is shocking. Oh, I think we forgot to embargo Genoa. Yeah, we can embargo Genoa and Naples. Okay. That will give us some power projection and slightly increase our trade power. Okay, so the Ottomans pieced out with, like, everyone. And they did lose a lot of manpower in that war, but still have way more soldiers than us. issue embargo, and we can also embargo Naples. Never mind, we can't embargo Naples. We have a truce with them. And I really hope our ruler dies. I'm going to have him drill an army again. Hopefully that gets him to die, because I was really hoping he would die earlier. He's 59. He's insisting on continuing to rule this country. Okay, we should hopefully be able to take admin tech like right at the beginning of the year and still get that innovativeness. And then we may also just take that mill tech at the same time. Ottomans still not at mill tech 6, which is good news, but they probably will be at 6 by the time we declare war on them. Maybe I can sell a lightship to one of our subjects. Yeah, I don't really care about this lightship anymore. I'm gonna sell it to Bulgaria. I think they'll use it, better. Let's see if we can get 26 for it. Oh, I misclicked. Maybe 23. Okay, good enough. Because if Bulgaria uses it to protect trade in Constantinople, yup, that actually increases our trade power. So it doesn't matter if they own it or we own it. It's actually better if they own it, because we don't pay maintenance for it. That's just a win-win. Venice has a lot of trade power here. I guess it's just their trading post. And Ottomans is still in both wars. Hopefully the Albania war ends first, so they start actually doing stuff in the Timurid war. Oh, we can get a cheaper trade advisor. I will absolutely take that. We can maybe even promote him at some point. I want to get our level 3 trading center first, but after that... Okay, we should just barely be able to take admin tech. And I don't know if we can afford to delay mill tech. It's like 120 mil power per year. We can afford to delay mill tech, I think. Yeah, we can. We need to remember to pause on, like, exactly the 1st of January. Okay. Yeah, we have 6 days left. And now we can make a workshop in Constantinople. 1.6 ducats, wow. Maybe we should have taken admin tech sooner. I doubt it. We got like a 15% discount by waiting. Okay, and we'll also wait on mill tech to take it on until it's no longer ahead of time, because we're not fighting any more wars. We are just waiting to fight the Ottomans again in 4 years. I guess the one argument to getting it faster would be to complete... Oh, we can complete a tarnished state. May as well do that. Would be to complete the City of the World's Desire mission faster. But this is already taking most of the year. It would be like a couple months faster in exchange for, I think, 60 mil power. I don't think that's worthwhile. Lovely, more admin that we will probably end up just wasting. Okay, Ottomans peaced out, then. With both parties. Did they take anything? Okay, they took Albania. Sad. Not lovely, but hopefully they'll still be a bit low on manpower in 4 years. I doubt it. They recover manpower so quickly. what's more important is where they keep their troops. I'm gonna move a troop over here to like keep watch on where the Ottoman troops are staying. Hopefully they go back to Anatolia, but they might not. And if they stay in the Balkans, then that's going to be annoying if we want to declare war on them, because we'd actually have to fight their army. I'm going to go to speed 4 here. We're really just... I don't think we can do that much until the next Ottoman War. Ooh, Ottomans declared on Dulkadir. Does Dulkadir does not have any allies. Okay, this is just them getting more land for free. Sad. At least they'll move their armies out of the Balkans on transports or something. Maybe that's the win. I don't even know if they'll bother doing that. They'll probably siege down Dulkadir with whatever minor stack they already have in Anatolia before they need to move anything. I'll move a ship to keep watch on that. Okay, well, they're moving at least some of their army out of the Balkans. I wonder if it's worth taking a non-Diplo idea first, because we have so much extra Diplo power, and so much extra, we have so much extra admin power, and we need so much Diplo power, that we could get, like, a admin idea, for example, for, like, basically free. Like, maybe fill out innovative or something. How do dates and timings here work? I don't really get it. Maybe specify what you mean by, like, how do dates and timings work? Like, are you curious about how the technology ahead of time penalty works? Because, like, there's certain years, for example, that... Okay. We can... More mill power? I'll actually wait on this event. September, December... Okay, yeah, we can't really save this event in a useful manner. I'm going to take the mercantilism. So, there's certain years, for example, that you need to wait until to get the military technologies, otherwise it's considered ahead of time. And being ahead of time will grant you a military advantage versus your rivals, but the military technologies are more expensive to research earlier on. It's like you're trying to, say, adopt the cannon in the 1400s. It would give you a huge advantage in sieges, but the cannon isn't very well known in the 1400s, so it's going to be harder to implement into armies at that point. So you can either focus on being ahead of time in military technologies, for example, or use that mana to develop your provinces. And that's one of the trade-offs in the game. Okay, so Epirus joined a trade league led by Genoa. I'm considering, like, doing economic ideas first. We want a admin idea that would pair well with influence, but we probably don't want to take influence first because we are spending so much mana on developing Constantinople, particularly Diplo mana, and we have all this extra admin mana, and we can either spend mana, again, like I said, on technologies or developing Constantinople, or we can spend them on idea groups, which are kind of like social policies in Civilization, if you've ever played that. Epirus joined a trade league. Okay, maybe we should not have left them alive, but we kind of had to. So we usually want to take an idea group type that is of the same type as we have excess mana. We'll have some excess mill mana and a lot of excess admin mana in the near future. Not a lot of extra Diplo mana, but influence ideas are by far the most useful idea types for vassals. The question is there a useful admin group that we could take before that would kind of help us use our extra admin points to pair well with influence? And I don't know if there is. I'm just reading through all of these policies. Like, plutocratic would be lovely to take, but we're not a republic, so we can't take that. I believe aristocratic might make some sense. Yeah, it gives another 100% vassal force limit contribution. We want to take those idea groups to increase vassal force limit contribution, because force limit is one of our main limiting factors in this run, and getting more force limit from vassals will be a huge help. So if we wanted to take an admin group, economic would be one candidate, and Are there no other admin ideas that pair well with it? I'm looking. Yeah, there might not be. Yeah, so our first three ideas might end up being, say, economic, aristocratic, and influence. Which is a kind of weird combo, but we're picking it for the force limit. I guess the other policies are okay. It gives a merchant, and it gives dev upon building manufactories. I believe that applies to vassals. I'm not 100% sure. But what I'll probably do is just... Yeah, I'll probably take economic ideas first, and then we can bank Diplo power and for a bit, and once we get Tech 7, we can get a second idea group, and our second idea group will likely be influence. That way we use our mana most efficiently and still get all the policies we need with influence ideas. Also, I'm really confused why our monarch isn't dying. We've been sending him out to do random field drills for like years now. He's 59 years old, 60 years old now, and he's just still killing it out into the fields. He's like doing all the push-ups the normal soldiers have to do. He's like running marathons with our army in full military gear, and he's refusing to get a heart attack or anything. I don't know what's going on, but it is annoying because our heir is like way better at ruling the country than him. This guy is just incredibly healthy and not a good ruler. Okay, so Georgia's having internal stability issues. Sucks for them. We can't do much about it. They're also kind of irrelevant. They were like kind of like a nation that mattered at the beginning of the game. Now they're one province minor, but they're not as good of a one province minor as we are. We are the best one province minor. I think we're going to need to take Miltech next month. So I'm really hoping to get a discount from like the Ottomans or someone taking it first, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen. What? You guys are not getting rid of my +3 advisor that costs 2 ducats a month. Like, this guy, our admin advisor, is minus 75% off, and like other Christians dislike him, I guess, because he's animist. So it's like, what's like homophobia or racism or whatever for like religion? There's some term for it, I'm sure. I don't know the term, but that's what all the other Christians are being right now for this advisor. He's so competent. I don't care what religion he is. Let the guy do his thing and advise us on how to get more yearly prestige and +3 admin power. Three more years till the Ottoman War. We are at max manpower. Oh, we can add some more troops. Let's do that, so we're not wasting our manpower. We can get like a certain amount of manpower banked at a certain time. Okay, we are not getting any discount on Miltech. We just have to take it. And we do unlock a new cav type, so that's good. Actually, we can get some cav in our army. I wonder if that would make sense. Cavalry on Miltech 6 is really good. So cavalry in EU4 is a bit weird. It's better at certain technology levels and stuff, and not amazing at other technology levels. At Miltech 6, Cav is amazing. But only if you're actually using it for like field battles and stuff, and I'm not sure if we'll be doing that. Yeah, I doubt we'll actually be fighting many field battles against the Ottomans. Yeah, I think it's just kind of a waste of money. Okay, let's just get our barracks up in Constantinople. It takes 6 months, and then we can complete that mission, which will upgrade all of Constantinople's buildings and stuff. And we should also keep an eye on this privilege. Oh, we may be able to revoke the privilege now. Oh, no, we need to wait until we can sell Crown Land again. So, 1 more year or so. And then we can get 500 ducats to upgrade our center of trade in Constantinople. And that will also... What is it? It will also help us with getting estate statutory rights again, because we'll be at low Crown Land. Honestly, I'm gonna probably take the hit to admin power. We're gonna have so much extra? Nah. Let's do prestige. Prestige is useless. Who cares about prestige? It's like popularity, and when you can't turn popularity into something tangible, it doesn't matter that much. I guess it does to some people. Okay. Our ruler still refuses to die while he is actively training troops at 61, and instead he has become a martial educator, so he's holding our armies together better. Why? Why can't you just die, man? I want our 664 heir to rule. Okay, offer knowledge sharing. How's Sir Renaissance looking? I don't think we'll get many other nations to accept it, so we might just have to knowledge share to our vassal, which isn't the end of the world. Yeah, I don't think anyone else will reasonably accept. Okay, well, knowledge share to Maria because they have a higher income than Bulgaria, I believe. Yeah. They have a very high income. Wow. So we can get an extra 0.4 ducats this way. And we could also just take the first influence idea. Yeah, why not? This will give us extra influence from vassals. Not influence, income from vassals. So we're getting 0.3 right now. Oh, now we're getting 0.9. So Maria should now be paying us much more money with both the knowledge sharing and income. Although maybe that was a mistake. Yeah, that was a mistake. Okay. We can get some prestige. Because now what will happen is we're gonna have to, like, pay through the nose for the next admin tech if we don't want to start wasting admin points. Oops. Whatever, if we have extra admin points, we can do it. For viewers, reveal yourselves. Maybe they're shy. Oh, and we should be able to complete this mission now? No, barracks is still not quite done. City of the World's Desire will happen in a few months. Wonder Area isn't here. You heard it here first. Yeah, they're either shy or, like, this is your first introduction to EU4, and it's gonna be a really messed up introduction. Oh! This is lovely! Ottomans declared on Karaman. So, Karaman is allied with the Mamluks, so this is effectively the Ottomans declaring on the Mamluks. Ottomans do have a militech advantage, but maybe the Mamluks can catch up. And, I mean, they're two nations that we're going to have to fight at some point, so them fighting each other is lovely. Keep on doing that. Yup, sums up. Yep. If the enemy of my enemy is fighting my enemy, then that's a win for me. Enemy of your enemy is not always your friend. That is a saying that can sometimes be deceptive. Ottomans are embargoed by so many people. It's funny. Okay, now we should be able to complete that mission. Yep, we can. And this will upgrade all of our infrastructure in Constantinople. which will help greatly in terms of income. So we have like 8.7 income right now. Now we have 10.7. Honestly, I was expecting more. Maybe it needs some months tick? Nope, 10.7. Well, it's still an extra 2 ducats. And then once we get prosperity, that will also help. Prosperity is if a province like hasn't been sieged or anything recently, and it gives it like plus 25% extra goods produced, so that will give us a lot more money. Also notice here how much more we are earning from our production than our tax income. That's why we focus production income. Yes, we do have more production development, so this is inflated. It might be like, say, 4 ducats or so, if we invested evenly in production and tax, but that's still double the income from production than from tax. And additionally, we also get trade income from these goods, proportional to how much of the trade we control. So we are getting, say, like, maybe 3 times as much income per production dev in Constantinople than per tax dev. So we might actually want to exploit tax to decrease our tax. We could consider doing that just so we could get even more production. In fact, I think I might just do that. I wonder if that will decrease our expand infrastructure. I'm going to test that. I'm very curious about that, actually. It did not. We kept the expanded infrastructure, I think. Cool. So this will make it cheaper to dev in terms of, what is it? Diplo later. Military access? I mean, in theory, it would be nice. Can we, like, offer knowledge sharing to you? No. I guess I'll do it just to keep Mamluks friendly. It's actually just harmful for them because it allows the Ottomans to go through our land. And the Mamluks really don't need mill access, but whatever. But yeah, 9 ducat profit, almost 10. Our economy is looking great right now. Ooh, and we should be able to revoke estate statutory rights. Maybe in like a few more months. We can't sell Crown Land for a few more months. Have you ever done a world conquest before? And if so, how long did it take you? I have not done a world conquest before. This would be my first world conquest, if successful. A normal world conquest is somewhat difficult and very tedious. This is going to be even more tedious, but more importantly, way, way more difficult, to the point where the difficulty outweighs the tediousness, and it becomes less tedious again, because you're so focused on the difficulty of it. So I never did... Oh, we got more taxable income. Vassal income from an event, from influence. That's cool. So I never did a normal world conquest because I didn't think it would be interesting enough. This is going to be way more difficult than a normal one, but also way more interesting. Okay, now... Okay, lost influence. Doesn't really matter for us. Now we should be able to sell titles and get... We don't have the nobility loyal enough. Why? Ah, damn it, the modifier ran out. Okay, so I'm going to take the government reform, which gives minus nobility influence, because we kind of need to now. And I will also sell titles, so we can get rid of... That should have given them less influence, shouldn't it? I'm gonna check. Yeah, now it did. Okay. Now I'm going to sell titles, which will allow us to revoke statutory rights. And that's it. Now we can seize land if we want. I guess we may as well. Yeah, no harm in it. Oh, but before we seize land, we should revoke clerical ministers if we don't want that. Which I don't think we do. I want cheaper dev with churches, I think. Yeah, I want this privilege instead. Let's get rid of clerical ministers. And now we can add in development of temples. We can start paying maintenance. And wait a few months before seizing land. We may as well, though, give out the privilege for more government reform progress now. Yeah. Reform progress gross. Because now our clergy loyalty is like 70, and we should be able to easily keep this up. And here... we can even give increased levies, for example, now. And it should be fine, because we will just get more manpower for, like, basically no cost. Yeah, I don't see a huge reason not to. I think manpower is kind of important here. Again, we like, don't need to care about tax anymore. So where did it go? Increase levies, yeah. And we don't care about them being exempt from seizing land, because we're not going to be seizing that much land. We're seizing land like once now, but we're mainly doing statutory rights for land. Okay. And now I feel comfortable seizing land. Byzantine particularists, they are not a threat. We can just kill them. And now we can stop paying for stuff. Like our army and our fort. And we can start drilling our army again. Under our 2-year-old now leader? Yup, 62. He refuses to die. I swear our heir is going to get in like a hunting accident or something, and we're never going to actually see her lead the country. And what else can we take for these? I want to get these up to like 60 loyalty, so we can get a permanent dev cost reduction. We could give a commercial advisory board for cheaper advisor. And maybe just free enterprise. Yeah, that looks good. I'm just gonna do that. We can always like revoke those privileges later, probably. I mean, maybe not super easily, but getting the... I mean, I don't think we would want to give other privileges anytime soon, that's the thing, so we wouldn't need to worry about revoking these soon. I guess the alternative would be something like private trade fleets, but we're probably not going to build light ships ever, so we don't really need to worry about buffing them. And the other ones just aren't that important. Okay, let's do that. Diplo advisor cost. And free enterprise. And now they should be loyal by default. They're giving us some pretty harsh penalties now, but they won't be disloyal for long. And now our Diplo advisor is super cheap. Ottoman War should be soon as well. Yeah, June 69. And it should be very easy because they are busy with some Mamluks. So I guess sometime soon we can start not mothballing our ships, so unmothballing our ships. Oh, and I can upgrade Constantinople. The center of trade in Constantinople. This should give us a decent amount of extra trade income, so we're earning 6.7 right now. And afterwards, we should earn more than that. 7.7, okay. Not amazing, but like, it helps. Really, we just need more trade power because we still only have 57% control. Maybe we'll be able to do something with like stack wipes into this war. I'm not sure though. We still only have 14 force limit, which is effectively 19 with the Palace Guard. It's not that much. Oh, now Shirvan is occupying the capital, damn it. That's not ideal at all. We need to occupy the capital. So our war might be delayed a bit until the Ottomans wipe out that Shirvan troop. Where even is Shirvan? Oh my god, all the way over here. Okay, Austria does Renaissance. Okay, I wonder if we just give up that one Diplo idea. I mean, it sucks to waste 400 Diplo points, but we really need to catch up in Diplo tech, and yeah, I don't want to waste even more admin points. Yeah, we're just wasting 360 Diplo points, but we should have just taken Eco earlier. So, extra tax, extra inflation reduction, and we'll get a merchant soon. We can maybe upgrade our Diplo advisor. I don't want to yet. Really wondering where the Ottoman army is. Like, are they gonna, like, deal with their capital anytime soon? I mean, apparently not. Okay, well, we could just invade whatever. We don't need to invade their capital necessarily. It's just, it would be really nice if we could have gotten the occupations ourselves. We could ally the Mamluks, but it's banned because they're great power. Okay, these guys are at least leaving Edirne. That's good. I would have liked all the occupations, but whatever. Oh, and now there's a 19k Ottoman stack just chilling. Awesome. I'm gonna bring a stack down here to lead our vassals. Well, we can declare probably whenever the stack decides to go back to Anatolia. Are the Mamluks going into the Balkans as well? Why is all of this happening in the Balkans? Can't you guys, like, fight it out somewhere else? I want the Balkans. That's the downside of us having vassals. The vassals give military access. Can I, like, switch to hostile and maybe my vassals won't give mill access? I doubt it. Now, both the Mamluks and the Ottomans are just chilling in the Balkans. Okay. I don't know what I expected. We can stop our ruler from drilling. I don't think he's gonna die, unfortunately. Okay, let's go declare war. And let's get Edirne as the war goal. Actually, we probably don't want to take Edirne because that's more expensive. So maybe Reconquest, which would be cheaper, on Philibay or something. We have no diplomats, lovely. Keep forgetting that. And this will probably be the last war of the stream. So let's try and get both their capital and the war goal siege down quickly. Let's see if these guys will attach. Yep. Come on. Attach. Are you not on supportive? Okay, these guys just don't feel like attaching. Cool. Okay, maybe now you'll attach. Okay. Oh, we had some random cog somewhere. Oops. Let's put another random cog somewhere. Now, I would love to know where the Ottoman army is. That might be asking too much. I think I'm going to go over force limit to hire this free company. I am not comfortable with how few soldiers we have. Going over force limit is not a great decision economically wise, but it's an even worse decision if we lose battles. So, okay, yeah, this is what we want to avoid. Being outnumbered. So what we'll do is we'll get these guys to all go back to one defensible position. And now would be a great time to take an age ability, combat bonus, and terrain of capital. And we should be able to easily kill this 4K at least. Okay, I'm really bad at managing my random cog stacks. This is unfortunate with how many troops the Ottomans have here. Yeah, I don't think our vassals will reach the battle in time. So what we'll do is we'll run back and we'll let them siege that province for a while. And hopefully they just start suffering a ton of attrition. Could also consider taking this privilege, but I think it's unnecessary. The main thing I'm sad about is we'll be losing prosperity progress. I guess one thing we can do now is we could just occupy a ton of provinces out here. Yeah, while we recover morale, I can't think of anything better to do. So we'll send some merc companies to occupy all of that stuff. And these guys to occupy all of this stuff. Because I doubt these guys will leave the siege. And if they do, we should be able to regroup in time, hopefully. So I am giving up prosperity progress, but it can't be helped. And we're not going for Aderne, so we'll just stack everything else on Philippe. This is not going quite to plan, but I guess it's rare that a war with the Ottomans goes entirely to plan. Let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, and then this can go here. And we want to, like, get basically everything ready. Okay, so we have 5k in Maria, 3k from Bulgaria, and 1k here. So this is a 9k stack, 17.5k, so we should have 26,000. Maybe we should have gotten cavalry. We probably should have gotten some cavalry here. Oh well. Yeah, let's wait for these guys to be at full strength. And then we'll engage next month, maybe. We do have a pretty large numerical advantage, but our subjects... Actually, we can go kill these guys before we do anything else. And now the Mamluks are coming. Okay, I want this siege. Oh, maybe the Mamluks will kill the Ottomans for us. I'll detach 1k. No, they're just... I don't know what the Mamluks are doing. Going back into Anatolia, maybe? Okay, well, we should basically be ready, so I'll finish this siege and then come back and attack the Ottomans. What's the goal with this war? Okay, so we set Philippe as the war goal, but we basically want money, war reps from the Ottomans, and to expand Bulgaria. We'd also like a vassal somewhere in Anatolia, so that we can maybe change government reforms to reform the Pronoia system and get a client state in Anatolia, which we can start gobbling up land with. Though that would require killing Ottoman troops in Anatolia, which we may not be able to do, necessarily. Okay, now we should be able to attack here and here. So this will arrive on the 28th, and 28th. Perfectly timed. And we can even sortie from the siege if we wanted. Yeah, let's do that. We can get a few extra troops. We should win this handily now. We should have, like, a significant morale advantage and everything. Let's give the Emperor some loyalty and we can get some money from this, why not? Oh wow, we got an awful roll here. We should still win overall. I'm going to send most of these guys to not blockade. Unfortunately, we can't unblockade the strait. There is one trick you can do, with purposefully unblockading the strait right before you defeat an army, so it starts retreating into Anatolia, and then reblockade the strait so its retreat gets cancelled, and you immediately fight it again, hopefully stack wiping it, killing all of it, but we probably can't do that. Okay. Well, we got a win. Not a very convincing one. We lost, like, an equal amount of troops still. I probably won't engage with the Ottomans in Anatolia. I don't want to deal with the bulk of their casualties. Well, I don't want to deal the bulk of the casualties, because then the Mamluks will just get way too strong. Okay, we can keep that here. Our vassals can do the sieging while we chase the Ottomans. Yeah, the Ottoman troops are long gone. I guess I'll try and get some occupations here, maybe. Would be nice. Just for the trade power, if it doesn't look like the Ottomans are defending this anyway. So we can get ducats, government reform, progress, stability, or army tradition. Honestly, I think I want the government reform progress. So we can take over this siege, and our vassals can then take over the dangerous Anatolian siege. We can send one guy here to help finish up Hudavendigar. Hudavendigar is a center of trade, so we want to occupy it in the war. Oh, there's 25,000 Ottoman troops here. Okay, I don't actually want to be the one in charge of the Sugla siege. Yeah, I'm gonna just stay in the Balkans. This doesn't actually seem like the smartest idea in retrospect. Of November. Okay, they'll kill like one group. They'll kill like 200 soldiers. Oh well. Hopefully they'll focus down the Mamluks now, though. Their entire army basically is right here. And we can get an extra merchant now. From economic. Okay. That should help our income. We can just collect from trade here. Yeah, I want the Mamluks to suffer a bit in this war. I don't want the Mamluks to get a free win. The ideal outcome is... Oh, I think that might have been a stack wipe. Yeah, it looks like a stack wipe. The ideal outcome is the Ottomans and Mamluks white peace, and then we can beat up the Ottomans after the Ottomans are exhausted here. Okay, let's go. What do we want? I don't really want 100 ducats. I don't really want to lose 70 ducats. I mean, I guess we could go for some professionalism. We're gonna lose it immediately. I also don't really want the province to lose base production. It's a nice province. Can I grant core/claim? I can. Cool. That would also make it cheaper to take, though. Wars are kind of complicated here. As is everything. Yup, basically. I think we're going to go with the slightly sacking the city. Not really holding back on this because it's money. I like money. We don't have any army professionalism. Prestige, again, doesn't really matter. We get some military power for military tech at some point. Yeah, let's do this. And let's do protect trade. There's some devastation, which sucks, but our vassal will handle it because there will be a fort nearby when we take it, eventually. Until then, it'll just mean that it's not going to be producing anything useful. And I suppose this also means we should start just looting the Ottoman provinces. Okay, we may as well start deving Constantinople. I should have enabled dev edict. Oops. And now we're mainly waiting on the Ottomans and Mamluks to fight it out. We're just making sure we are paying for our armies while they're in the Balkans, and just looting the Ottomans. We want to deter the Ottomans from trying to retake the Balkans, and they have military access to the Balkans now. So we can't do the earlier strat of just not paying our armies. I will go build a spy network here, though. Why not? Okay, knowledge sharing done with Maria. I don't think we can do anything else. Yeah, I don't think anyone else would accept anytime soon. Okay, we can just do our other vassal then. Bulgaria has a bit of excess income they can spare. We're just switching provinces with our armies every once in a while to get more loot. Because there's a set amount of loot you can take from each province, so we're just looting the entire countryside dry to just decrease the expenses of the war a bit. We are also currying favor with our vassal to get them to trust us more so that later in the game they will want independence less. Aw, our +3 advisor that was like 1/4 cost died. Sad. It doesn't really matter what we take, I think. I'm not gonna promote this guy at all. We don't need more admin mana, really. I mean, I guess we could use it for our ideas. So I guess we could use more admin mana, actually. But I still won't promote him. I'm gonna promote our dip advisor instead. More diplo power will be very useful. And we get him for cheaper, so may as well. We should figure out what we want from this war. Okay, cheaper production efficiency advisor? Don't mind if I do. That is better than a tax advisor, because production efficiency is better with how much Diplo dev we invested into Constantinople. Let's do that. And we can even promote him if we wanted to. Did the 60-year-old ruler die yet? No. He is now 66. I'm gonna actually separate troops to start drilling him again. I don't think this is gonna work. It didn't work for like the last 10 years. But hey, we can try. It's not that he's even like that bad of a ruler. He's like average, maybe slightly above average, but we want our incredible heir to take over. We don't want our like okay ruler to keep on ruling. Like, our heir should have taken over 10 years ago, or at the very least our consort. But no. Instead of our, like, talented and ambitious daughter taking over at 15, she's going to be in her, like, 30s or whatever by the time our ruler dies. Which is okay, but it means she'll reign for less time. Okay, we have too many troops on, like, one province here. I'm gonna separate these. Imagine if he dies next year. That would be lovely. He's doing training drills again. Oh, Ottoman's peaced out with some Mamluks. Cool. Totally cool, yep. Well, that means I have to watch out, because they might be coming to kill me. So I'll be moving my troops over here. And I'll be trying to figure out where the hell the Ottoman troops are. Okay, we can at least kill their navy. And I keep on losing track of my smaller fleets. I didn't even know I had a fleet like this. Oh, I guess it's my vassals that are dying. And, like, one of my own ships. Okay, let's retreat here. Or not, we can't retreat, okay. Let's not really care about that. We do actually care about having our ships at a decent durability, so let's repair the most damaged ones and engage this Ottoman fleet. Ottomans are currently being very skillful at naval warfare. Oh, they have 3 heavies still. We actually have to be somewhat careful. They're being super annoying. They shouldn't win this. The galleys should win, but they're not. I'm gonna try and get a scouting ship out, just so I know if I need to, like, suicide some ships to stop the Ottomans from crossing the strait. We did lose our icon. I'm gonna get plus 5% discipline, because I feel like we might have some land battles coming up. And I'm also going to hire 2 cavalry, which is going to be a bit expensive, but again, I feel like we're gonna have some land battles coming up that we need to win if we want to get a decent war score here. Okay, let's try and engage while the majority of the Ottoman fleet is still healing. This sucks. Let's do gain 1 inflation, I guess. Okay, we killed a few Ottoman ships at the expense of, a lot of time. Okay, I'm gonna try and clear out these chips because I want vision on Anatolia to know if there are enemy troops coming. Okay, I'll move these guys over here to try and get some loot to pay for the war a bit. Okay, so we are just fighting... Do they have mill access still? They do. This sucks. Be great if we could get Miltech 7. We might actually be able to get that soon. In a few months, we'll be paying an exorbitant ahead amount of time fee, but I think it'll be worth it. Mainly for the military tactics. And once we do, we can start heading into Anatolia and trying to do something. And we can take 1 Diplotech. Why not? And let's get some vision on the Ottomans. Okay. Yeah, the Ottomans still have 3 heavies and 4 galleys, so they're not out of it yet, navally. We have the advantage, but nothing decisive. I'm very curious where their ships are, though. Here we go. Let's get our vassals on a separate hotkey again. Okay, so they are going after our Balkan forces. I don't want to engage until Miltech 7, so that would be next year. So let's go into Anatolia for now. Maybe we can also separate the Ottoman troops. Okay, they formed 1 death stack. I doubt we'll be able to beat that. But what we could do is siege multiple forts, because they have what seems like their entire army. We do have to worry about their allies still, which does suck. They have high war enthusiasm, so we can't separate piece their allies out. But... Okay, 27,000 troops is not trivial at all. Yeah, we kind of need to be careful. Oh wait, these are Miltech 4. And these are Miltech 5. Yeah, we're going to have a huge tech advantage, actually, if we're fighting their allies, so we can afford to be greedy and go for, say, the Ankara fort. While they are re-sieging down their own stuff, we can go for, like, 3 different forts in Anatolia. So we can go for Biga here. And we can go for occupying, like, most of these random provinces. Kosai. Yeah, this should be good. If we can get 3 forts in exchange for, like, them retaking their cap, that would be great. So are they going all the way back around? Okay, there's the Ottoman Navy. We can get the next Miltech. We may as well do this. It's expensive, but should be worth it. And yeah, these guys are just going to be indecisive for a bit, so we may as well just siege Anatolia. And let's see if we can afford a cannon stack in Constantinople. Even 1 would be nice. Actually, let's try and get 3. This is going to be super expensive, but we have money. So we should try and use the money to win the war efficiently. Okay, we're losing a few ships, but they're losing everything here. Okay, that was not anywhere near as decisive as I would have hoped. We are going to need more galleys, but we are busy building cannons, so that's not happening for a bit. Okay. And let's get more provinces occupied. Okay, so this is not sufficiently blockaded. We need more ships. Let's get more ships over there then. And we are making good progress in Anatolia, at least. As long as we can win these 3 sieges, we should be good. That's the advantage of us having straight control. We can decide which front we want the war to be on. So we're also stealing a lot of the Ottomans' trade, even though we're going way over force limit, which increases army maintenance costs exponentially, but it'll be worth it, probably. I can also explore with these galleys. We can detach blockade. Oh, and now we can get 18 galleys to watch out and track the Ottomans. Like, if they're chilling, going... Okay, most of their troops are going to the Balkans, but where are the 33k Ottoman troops? Are they going to surprise us in Ankara and stack wipe us? Okay, we destroyed that navy. Just gonna do some scouting here. And let's get this cannon over to help with the Anatolian sieges. We have another cannon on the way as well. So Ankara is one important siege. And then we're doing one cannon for each siege, by the way. That's the most efficient way to split them up. Okay, so the 33k is also going to the Balkans. It's best if they have everything in the Balkans, because that means we have a free hand in Anatolia. Does the game just end when you take over the world, or is there something funny you could do with all the power? The game does not end. You can keep on playing. So you can, if you want, just continue ruling, like managing the economy and stuff after that, which might not necessarily be easy, what with the vassals possibly being super disloyal. I'm not sure how I'm going to solve that problem yet. Let's try and stack wipe this 2,000 Ottoman force that's down here. Oh, let's not bring a cannon in. We want the cannon in the siege. Oh, there we go. We got the state statutory rights event. Perfect. And we want to give them rights again. So, more free crown land. Don't mind if I do. And let's go repair our boats. Okay, this should be a very powerful army. Let's give it a decent general. And I want to know where the remaining Ottoman 33k stack is heading. Okay, we did that. We can bring this guy back over to support either fort. Okay, we won one of the sieges. We can just keep on trying to go for more sieges, really. They're not close to doing much in the Balkans. Actually, I'm gonna have him support Ankara first. Okay, so these guys are still being inefficient, not choosing whether they need to defend the Balkans or Anatolia, and they're defending neither because they just keep on walking back and forth, so that's perfect. Okay, We can probably just chill here with this army. We don't want to take unnecessary attrition. Yeah, the only limit is in the 1800s. Yeah, 1821. We could also ask Serbia to join, by the way. I'm not sure if that would be a net positive or not. Actually, I don't think we can anymore. Yeah, the war was started too long ago. Oh well. I don't think we can get Ajam out of the war. We could maybe get AQ out of the war, but I don't think it would do much. I think we'll stop after we win the siege, and then just head back and start stack wiping, or at least trying to win some battles in the Balkans. And also, like, defend the capital, because they're close to retaking their capital. And we need more troops to continue this blockade of the fort effectively. Let's send another cannon down here. There was a disease outbreak, so the cannon isn't being effective right now. Okay. Surely we win a 57%. I'm gonna move my troops here so that we can maybe kill the AQ army when we win the siege. There we go. We won. Let's try and kill this army. Arrive on the 13th, 14th. You're going to Bozuk. You're not close to winning any sieges. I think I have time to chase this random army. I'll get some war score at least. You're what? 3 mil text behind. This should be a free stack wipe. You probably won't separate peace though. Not yet. Yeah, and I need to stop the capital siege from going through. So I don't have time to go try and separate peace them out of the war. Ajam is like kind of behind in Miltech. Nah, they're only 1 tech behind. They're on par with the Ottomans. They're just not ahead of time like we are. Let's see if we can get at least 1 more infantry regiment and 1 more artillery regiment in. So we should have, what, 25k for this? That should be good. Let's wait for them to get locked in on movement. And then go here. Actually, let's wait for them to double lock on movement. And we can also get closer to the siege. Okay, 1. You're attached, you're attached. We should have a huge advantage here. Oh, perfect. We also won this siege, so we can get our allies back in. Okay, so we have a Miltech advantage and numerical advantage, and we have some cavalry and artillery that are hopefully going to be doing a lot of work. I doubt the Ottoman reinforcements will arrive on time. Yup, we just stack wiped 17,000 troops. Lovely, lovely. And we can keep on going to Bulgaria, to Crimea, I mean. We can wait a day for some extra money, and now go. this. Yeah, we are just so ahead of time in tech. We are destroying these armies. They're all running now. The main problem is we still can't necessarily take on this main Ottoman force. Okay, at least a Jom is, like, lower war enthusiasm after they lost their entire army. Let's see if we can catch them. We should, in theory. Oh, we have a 0 maneuver leader. That's why we aren't catching them. Oh, but they're stopping, so we should catch them anyway. Okay, cool. And we can maybe stack wipe another 8,000 here. The Ottomans are like better soldiers, but this army doesn't have a general, it's greatly outnumbered, and still behind in tech. There we go. And we can even, like, keep on trying to stack wipe this 11k. Like, the Ottomans have a ton of troops, but they're all separated like this. We're fighting the much weaker armies instead of the main one. Okay, let's go here. Oh, these guys look like they're not going to have a fun day. Yeah, let's go here and maybe catch this one smaller stack. Actually, never mind. The 28 stack is falling. We can just wait. And we should stack wipe this 8k as well. There we go. Even more war score. We just have so much morale here. We're killing everything. Finally! The ruler died! Yay! It took way too long, but whatever. This war is a giant mess. We're losing so many ducats a month from being... Yeah, we're losing 9 ducats a month from being over force limit. We just don't care. Oh, let's get some extra Diplo power. Who cares about prestige? It's not like we're in the middle of a war when we need the morale bonus from prestige. Okay, we just want to not engage these guys in a marsh over a river. That's the only scenario where we could, like, lose. That or, like, them not splitting up their armies. But, I mean, they're the Ottomans, so they're splitting up their armies for no good reason. Okay, we should hopefully be engaging another small stack here. There we go, stack wiped another 5,000 infantry. Still not winning the war goal, but we're winning all the battles, so... Ottomans at negative 22 war enthusiasm, wow. Okay, 27 for Crimea, 24th of August here. Let's wait until Crimea's movement locked, and then we can catch that with our allies. There you go. And I also want to... Oh, they're killing our rebels for us. How lovely. Oh, they're not killing our rebels for us. How rude. I wanted them to kill our rebels. Okay, so these 28k are going for our allies. We could save our allies. 14th of September, 18th of September, but that would be a pretty bad battle still. Or we could wipe out more Ottoman troops. Honestly, I don't know how useful our allies are. You know what? They have manpower still. I'm more concerned... Well, I guess it would be trading our allied troops for Ottoman troops. Do we want to make that trade? I think yes, because even if we did save our allies, we would lose a lot of our own troops in that even battle. So I would rather go for this smaller Ottoman stack. So unfortunately our allies are going to die here. But we can kill another 6k Ottoman stack. Do we want national tax or lose stab? Lose stab, I guess. And then increase stab, I guess. Yeah, our allies lost that, but we should also kill the Ottoman troops here. Okay. And we get the war goal. War enthusiasm of 1. Maybe we can piece them out. Maybe we'll need to wait until next month's. Rip whatever his name was. I think it was Constantine the 11th, the last Byzantine emperor. It was like the ruler after our starting ruler. He just refused to die. Okay, so we can probably just go after this Ottoman army after it kills our rebels. Yeah, I don't see why not. It retreated? Oh, it wants us to fight the rebels, maybe. Okay, well that was smart on the Ottomans' part, otherwise they would have gotten stack wiped. Okay, we got the war goal now. These guys are still reluctant to peace out. I don't want to have to march all the way over there, but I think I probably have to. I'll march over here, and we can probably piece out AQ. Sure, you can have mill access. We do have a ton of war exhaustion, probably from all the deaths our army has been taking. Okay, I might just end the stream here. Like, this war is gonna keep on going for a bit longer, honestly. Like, we killed the main Ottoman force, but they still have so many men. We can maybe piece out AQ, but they weren't a threat to begin with. Ajam is still going to be annoying. Yeah. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna end the stream here, and then I'll probably stream again tomorrow at a similar time. Because I do want to continue the run. I'm just getting very tired from this incredibly long war, which I did not expect to be this long, given that we declared on the Ottomans while they were in the middle of a war with some Mamluks. But it still turns out that it's difficult, even with this. And then that will give me some time to think about what government reforms I want to pick. Like, we probably want to swap back to the Pronoia system for the government reform. Yeah. And then we also want to pick a last privilege for the nobility. Probably the fort one, because it increases loyalty more than influence, and that will help us keep on getting the estate statutory rights constantly revoked and reapplied and everything. It was fun trying to figure out what was going on. I hope I explained it decently well. EU4 is a very complicated game, but it's also a lot of fun. There's so many interlocking systems. Definitely recommend it if you like grand strategy games. And then this is just a super weird way of playing it as well. Most of the time your main country is expanding. Here we have one province. That's the only bit of expanding we're doing. We're expanding the singular province to be slightly taller. And then we need to continue increasing its dev a lot. We should... This ruler hopefully will keep on ruling for a while. One thing we should do is, like, get a decent consort by royal marrying someone. I'm not sure if the stats of the ruler are influenced by anything. I don't think they are. I think we just royal marry someone random. Okay. I'll unpause for one more day to get another royal marriage. Okay, no consort apparently, which is slightly sad. But anyway, yeah. Stream again tomorrow probably, and I will work on figuring out what I want in the Ottoman War before then. And remember to subscribe if you're somehow not already subscribed, although I think most of you are from the Discord, and maybe from, like, the Reddit posts, so I assume most of you are already subscribed. I guess the Discord can be useful, because, like, I ping when I stream in the Discord, in case you don't want to rely on YouTube notifications, which, you know, are YouTube notifications. But yeah, that's it.